Where's our? Test. All right, very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting for November 20th, 2025. I will call this meeting to order. Member Brooks will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, in liberty. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would you be so kind to join me in a moment of silence for our Will County Clerk, Annette Parker, in the homegoing of her mother, Margaret M. Lausch, as well as one of our Will County Lieutenant Auxiliary Police, PIO, Public Information Officer, Kevin, better known as Collins. So would you join me in a moment of silence, and then I'll close out. Thank you very much. Father God, we thank you, Lord, for another day that you allow us here at the Will County Board to conduct your business. As we enter this season of Thanksgiving, the word of our Lord reminds us of 1 Thessalonians 5:22, in everything give thanks to the Lord concerning you. We thank you, Lord, for another opportunity. Now, Lord, we ask you to bless the families of Will County, all of our officials, our county board members, and this meeting. In our Lord's name we pray. Amen. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne. Balich. Oh, Ortiz. Gotcha. 21.
21 members being present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Freeman, seconded by Trunier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the October 16th, 2025 board meeting? Motion by Trunier, seconded by Hickey. Previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Newquist. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a approval of the minutes from the October 16th executive session? Moved by Brooks, seconded by Dean Schlattman. Previous roll call by Hickey. Is there a second? Seconded by Bullock. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge elected officials and media present today?
Today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant and Treasurer Tim Brophy
Thank you.
and Recorder of Deeds Karen Stukel
Thank you. Mike Kelly.
and Sheriff Mike Kelly. And for media, we have from the Herald News, Bob Ocon, and the Daily Southtown, Michelle Mullins.
All right, at this time, we will invite people to comment for today's agenda item only. A reminder, you'll have opportunity to speak on land use cases during the land use open hearing. So if you're on land use, please hold off until that time. So at this time, we welcome any public comment for today's agenda items only. A reminder that please state your name when you come up, and a reminder that you have 3 minutes. You can just come up this way right here if you have public comment.
Good morning, board members. My name is Daryl Boysdorf. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I strongly oppose the proposed property tax levy increase in Will County. I base my opposition on publicly available data, not just opinion. And I want to stress that voters are watching. In particular, board member Destiny Ortiz originally voted no on a tax hike. If she now supports an increase, many of her district will feel she has shifted away from protecting homeowners. That matters. First, the property tax burden in Will County is already very high. According to the Will County Gazette, property owners paid 2.3% of their home values in property tax in Q4 2024, with a median tax bill of $7,043. That effective rate is more than twice the national average. This isn't a modest burden, it's steep, and another increase, even 1%, would be deeply felt. Second, consider typical home values in Will County. Zillow's Home Value Index places a typical Will County home at $363,443. Redfin reports a median recent sale price of $355,000. When a household already pays over $7,000 annually to the county in property taxes on a home that value, a 1% levy hike would noticeably raise monthly escrow or out-of-pocket costs, especially for families already squeezed by inflation and rising insurance premiums. Third, there is a solid economic research showing that higher recurring property taxes are capitalized into home prices. In other words, when taxes go up, prospective buyers factor in those future tax costs, which can reduce demand and even suppress home values over time. Raising taxes now risks hurting the very equity homeowners hope to build. Fourth, raising property taxes further jeopardizes business investment in Will County. Companies in logistics, manufacturing, and warehousing look at total cost of operation, and property taxes are a big piece. If commercial taxes go up, Will County becomes less competitive versus nearby lower tax counties or even neighboring states such as Indiana, which could slow new investment, reduce job creation, and shrink our economic base. Fifth, Illinois is already losing residents. While local data is more limited, broader state trends show outmigration is a serious issue. When taxes, especially property taxes, rise, it increases the risk that more residents and their income will leave. If the tax base shrinks, it only makes future levy increases more likely, creating a vicious cycle. Sixth, the burden of a tax increase hits hardest on fixed income homeowners and seniors. These residents often cannot increase earnings to match rising costs. Even a small levy increase can force difficult trade-offs, medical care, home maintenance, or even whether to stay in their homes. Finally, before approving any tax hike, even 1%, the board must fully demonstrate fiscal prudence. That means 1, conducting independent operational audits to eliminate waste. 2, reducing or consolidating overlapping services across townships and municipalities. 3, aggressively pursuing grants and other non-tax revenue sources. 4, expanding relief programs, freezes or deferrals for low-income and senior homeowners. A tax increase should be the last resort, not the first. In closing, I want to emphasize again, the voters are watching. Board Member Ortiz's previous no vote showed she understood the burden on taxpayers. If she now votes yes, despite these data-driven concerns, her constituents will remember. We expect elected officials not only to be responsive, but to champion fiscal responsibility. Please reject this tax levy and instead pursue accountability, efficiency, and real relief for homeowners. Thank you for your time.
Madam Executive, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kevin Brasky. I'm here to urge you in the strongest terms to adopt a 0% tax levy, as you've done before. Families in Will County have been pushed to the limit. Every bill is higher, every trip to the store costs more. People are cutting back, reevaluating their budgets, and doing whatever they can to stay afloat. And while residents are being forced to make tough decisions, it is unacceptable for government to act as it is exempt from the same responsibility. A 0% tax levy is not only possible, it is necessary. Government must learn to operate with discipline. Government must prioritize. And government must stop treating taxpayers like an automatic funding source. Let me be direct. If households are expected to tighten their belts, then county government should be expected to tighten their belts as well. Not next year, not eventually, now. Residents are demanding accountability. They want to know that every dollar taken from them is being used efficiently and responsibly. They want to know that before the county even considers asking for more, they have exhausted every opportunity to eliminate waste, streamline operations, and focus on what truly matters. A 0% levy does not mean cutting essential services. It means managing them responsibly. It means separating the wants from the needs, and it means refusing to expand government simply because it is easier than making tough, responsible decisions. For too long, government at every level has defaulted to the idea that taxes must go up. Spending must grow, and taxpayers will just accept it. Those days are over. People are paying attention, they are frustrated, and they are demanding leadership that respects the burden placed on every homeowner, every family, and every business in this county. By holding firm at a 0% levy, this board has the opportunity to show the people of Will County that you hear them, that you are willing to stand with them, not with bigger budgets, not with unnecessary growth, but with the hardworking taxpayers who fund this government. I urge you to make the disciplined, responsible, and fair choice. Adopt a 0% tax levy, do not increase it. Show the people of Will County that their government is capable with living within its means. Thank you.
My name's Greg Colbarts. I have a small farm operation and a small business in Will County. Coming from the farm end, I understand what it is to spend money and also to stop spending money. There's too many times people go ahead and spend money because they can. They need to learn when times are tough, they have to cut back on spending money, first and foremost. There's too many people out here that are, excuse me, struggling to go ahead and get by. Retirees, older people, even people that are younger. They got families, they're trying to pay bills. The board is responsible to those people first and foremost, not to the people that work for them as much as the people that are voting. They can't afford to pay their bills. You have to stop raising the increases and the, sorry, the levies. You're getting it out of line. The state is raising the taxes. Our electric's going to be going up this year again, 20 to 30%. Our taxes are going up on everything from food to fuel and everything else. That's got nothing to do with the county, but the county's wanting to raise the taxes just to go ahead and have more money in their coffers. You need to stop spending money. I come from the farm end. When it's dry, you don't spend money. It's in a drought now. You have to stop spending money. Thank you for your time.
Yes, good morning. I'm Alan Lesbatak. I'm my 11th Precinct Committeeman out of Lockport Township. So I feel I'm speaking not just on my behalf, but the behalf of my constituents in my precinct. This tax increase hurts families. I mean, you've heard the previous speakers iterate facts behind that. But in my precinct, we have people that I've got senior citizens that are just telling me that they're having a hard time keeping up with keeping their homes now. There's just too much spending. Of course, we've just had a lot of increases from the state of Illinois keeps taking more taxes. And I'm urging you as the county board to please hold the line on taxes because I've also got young families that all of this stuff just hurts. And I want you to understand the pain that the people feel. You know, we're not made of money. Everything you're taking in taxes, you're taking away from other things out of people's lives. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amy Sanchez, and I'm a resident of Will County and Joliet in District 6. And I'm here today because I've been following the budget and listening to the budget meeting minutes. And I'm very concerned about the essential services that it may be at risk of being cut. I'm a program director at Warehouse Workers for Justice. We are an established worker center advocating for workers' rights and helping workers and those that are impacted by incarceration, by other means, to relieve burdens off of them, to be more gainfully employed, to drive the economy. I've had a well-respected, established reputation in the community supporting not just small businesses, but workers and their rights. And A 1.75% increase on a levy is very minimal compared to the commitments that this board has made, not just to employees, but to the budgetary commitments that you've made to staff, to unions, to other things. You have an obligation to support those commitments that you've previously made. So I'm here to support the levy increase. It's minimal. I think some concessions have been made. I'm very concerned about the mental health board. I'm very concerned about the public health department, which so many of our underserved community members support. The amount of individuals that we have coming to get record relief in rural areas has drastically increased, and the amount of people that want to work and need these essential resources. We have a well-respected, established relationship with the Will County Sheriff's Office, who have closed some very needed gaps where folks that were working and didn't have time to go in and get fingerprinted, to get the record relief, to get a job increase or a pay raise, to get their record sealed or expunged. The Sheriff's Department has been impeccable. We are frequently at the Will County Courthouse, very respected relationships at the courthouse, and I just can't see some of these essential services that people need being cut or impacted if a levy is not approved. So I'm here in support of it, not because anyone called me, but because I picked up the phone and started calling people saying, what are we at risk of losing if this doesn't pass? And it's essential and it's dire. So I would be happy to share some very informative ideas that I have for revenue streams moving forward, specifically because Will County does have the largest inland hub in North America. Folks are wanting to build here, folks are wanting to develop here, and we need to make sure that we are not just protecting the developers and the need for business, but the workers that go inside those buildings as well. So I'd be happy to move along and talk further discussions in the future about what those revenue streams may look like. But right now, today, you have a responsibility to the commitments that you've already made. So I'm hoping that you, and urging a yes vote for this increase. It is minimal compared to the impacts that it would have if you choose not to vote for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Menegan. I'm a lifetime resident of Will County, Joliet. My ancestors go back to the early 1900s from Italy. And I've always loved my city, county that I live in. And all I could say is I hurt tremendously for young people. I hurt for older people that just can't take it anymore. Their pockets are only so deep. And I know we have to do something to where we have to make cuts, whatever, but it can't go on and on. I know it's not only Will County, it's the state, it's the city, it's federal. And like I said, I was like speaking for people that feel the same way I do. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Beth Gannon. My family's been in Will County since 1848. We've been farmers, we've been in the building trades, we still have our farm in Manhattan, and my husband is in the union. This levy is killing us. I don't want to leave Will County. My family's been here a long time. I have an elderly father whose taxes just keep going up. Even with the freeze that we get here, everything's going up. Does he have to choose between medicine or what? When is it going to stop? I'm asking you folks to not look at this as a Republican or a Democrat issue. Look at this as your neighbors, your family, your friends. We are all hurting. And you know, when I was growing up, my parents taught me that if you didn't have the money to buy something and pay for it right away, you didn't buy it. So please, this is killing our economy here. My property taxes, we bought our current house in 2017. My taxes have gone up $3,000 since 2017. And the bulk of that increase has been through this board. Please make it stop. I have 3 children I'm putting through school. I have an elderly father I'm taking care of. And I speak for many, many people in this town. Everyone is hurting. Trim the fat, cut the budget. If you don't have that money to spend, don't spend it. Don't make this a political issue. Make it, I care about my neighbors. I care enough about my friends that I will come together, and I don't care if I disagree with you at all the other meetings. I'm going to come together with my fellow board member and do the right thing and have a moral backbone. Thank you.
Last call. All right, thank you very much. We're moving on to old business. All resolutions and ordinances from the September 18th, 2025 board meeting have been returned. Moving on to new business, we have a presentation. Today we have our three of our local universities, Joliet Junior College, Governor State University, and Lewis University, who are here to talk about the ARPA Teaching and Nursing Program. For the audience and for folks who may not have been here, when we received the ARPA funding, the federal government gave the county $134 million worth of funding in order for us to work during the time of the pandemic. I will say this, the county board made a commitment to give a majority of that dollar back out into the community to help the community. And I will tell you, that was not done in most of the counties. That most of that investment was put out into the community to help what it was intended to do, to revitalize our small businesses, our social service agencies, our young students, keep people in here. And so $10 million was allocated by this board to our universities to help within the areas of nursing and education, to fields of employment that were identified as low, needing more people to get in that. And so we're happy to have our local leaders here from our colleges to share exactly how they have spent those dollars. And if you can introduce everyone, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely. Well, to the county executive, good morning. Thank you so much for having us. To the county board, we're here to extend a tremendous amount of gratitude to all of you. My name is Klein Namuo, and I proudly serve as the 10th president of the nation's very first community college, Joliet Junior College, an incredible honor. And I'm here joined by some of my friends. First up, from the University of St. Francis, the Vice President for Advancement, Lisa Sampalis. Next up, the Vice President for Student Affairs at Governor State University, Paul McGinnis. And next, from Lewis University, Dr. Kip Klein, the Vice President of Advancement there. And from Joliet Junior College, our Executive Director for Strategic Engagement, Kelly Roeder-Tonelli. Now, 2 years ago, as the county executive mentioned, this board made a tremendous and significant investment in the ecosystem of higher education here in Will County. When the county board made the decision to invest $10 million of ARPA funding into the education and workforce pipeline, you didn't just approve a budget line, you really made a statement. And over those past 2 years, we've worked very hard to honor that statement and to honor the confidence that the county board has in the higher education institutions here in Will County. You made a statement that the people of Will County, the students in Will County, the single parents, the first generation students, adults choosing teaching and nursing specifically, adults starting over. You made a statement that they are worth your investment. Yesterday, an article was published by the American Association of Community Colleges. to determine why students leave a college or university. The number one reason, among many others, the number one reason, financial challenges, duress, and stress. What the county board has done, what Will County has done through the Heroes Grant has turned those challenges into opportunity. So today it is with great pride, and you'll hear the successes, the metrics, the outcomes, the number of students served, and hopefully you'll be impressed by all of those incredible numbers. But today I stand beside JJC's partners at Governor State, at Lewis University, and the University of St. Francis as proof of what collaboration can do, how your investment has strengthened the ecosystem I referenced earlier that is higher education in Will County, from community colleges to universities, from our classrooms to careers. This initiative has eliminated those barriers I referenced earlier. Today, you'll hear about the over 1,500 students that have been served as a result, that will make their way into the workforce, many of them have already, to become teachers, nurses, and healthcare professionals. Your decision did that. It created opportunities. It created possibilities for 1,500 students who may not have pursued either of those paths. You made that possible. So it's my pleasure to introduce Lisa Sampalis again to share the impact that the Will County Heroes Grant had at the University of St. Francis. Lisa?
Good morning. Well, as Klein usually does, he stole the show. I'm not sure what else I can add to what Klein said, except for, I go back to a conversation that occurred with a prior chief of staff, Nick Palmer, who visited St. Francis. Nick spent almost the entire day at St. Francis, and we talked about this concept of collaboration. We talked about the concept of creating opportunity for people. So for St. Francis, that means 240 students across our colleges had the opportunity to experience education. I don't know if anyone's heard, but higher education's evolving right now at a really rapid pace. So we're thankful for the county that has helped create opportunity for our students. It's been tremendous. So it's St. Francis, that's 240 students whose lives you've affected. And on behalf of St. Francis, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge my peers. They're outstanding individuals. We all work pretty collaboratively together. And you may not know this, but in higher ed, one of the first things that you do is you look at the student and you figure out what their needs and wants are. And if it doesn't work at your institution, the first thing you do is you point them in a direction of another institution. There's an old movie, Miracle on 34th Street, right? Where someone comes in and says, I don't have the money for this particular train. Oh, well, you know what? You can get it over here for less money. That's the concept with the ARPA and the Will County Heroes Grant. You know, an example of this is the relationship that we have with JJC. It's one of our top transfer institutions. It's an example of how this relationship works. JJC and Governor State are ensuring that students can make their way through JJC to Governor State and then complete it at Governor State. In our pipeline right now, we have 95 students that are going into what we call the dual degree program. The dual degree program is a program that we have with selective institutions where we put a transfer specialist at their campus. We work with them as early as the first semester, making sure that the courses that they take not only transfer, but count towards graduation, right? We don't want the loss of credits. We don't want credit hour bloat. We want to make sure our students graduate. The JJC students in this program have higher GPAs than the accumulative of the program. Their students have a 3.64 GPA, which is outstanding. That is a huge predictor outside of money if someone's going to graduate. If you look at all the statistics, money makes the difference, unfortunately, because it gives you resiliency. So you can fail, you can stumble, and you can go forward. But with this money and with your conscientious decision, these students have been successful. Of the students who go through that program, 88% will graduate with their bachelor's degree. 30% of them will go on for their master's degree and graduate and work and live in Will County. We do also have what's called the GPRATH program. That's a program where we guarantee acceptance into the master's program. But I do want to read off 2 testimonials before turning the microphone over. The first one is from a mother. She said that she has 5 beautiful children at the ages of 12, 10, 7, 5, and 4. She was looking for a better way to support these students. And without the Will County Heroes Grant, she would not be on that path to providing a better life for those students. The second testimonial, and I'll do a literal quotes on this so you know it's not me. When I first started my journey in the program, I didn't know how I was going to scrape together the funds to get the supplies or the tuition until the ARP, or Will County's Heroes Grant, came along. The stress was lifted off my shoulders, and I now have the GPA needed to be successful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment to improve Will County.
Thank you, Paul. I feel compelled to come up with a reference to a movie from this century, but I'll resist that. To the county executive and to the board, a heartfelt thanks from Lewis University. Again, I'm Kip Klein, Vice President for University Advancement at Lewis. I just want to thank the board and the county executive for your wisdom and understanding that the primary vehicle for addressing professional pipelines and workforce pipelines is tuition relief for students going into post-secondary education. It works. And you have an example of that across the county with all of my colleagues here. As my colleague Klein mentioned, the research abounds that the barrier toward a post-secondary degree is always about money and access. And we have dozens of testimonials at Lewis University like the ones Paul just read, where every student who received these ARPA funds talks about the financial barriers that they had and that those barriers were relieved by the funding. So we can't thank you enough for that, for your wisdom and your generosity and your forethought. At Lewis, we have, of course, partnered with Joliet Junior College in yet another way. And we have ARPA sub-awards that just rolled out this fall. And already well over $500,000 has been expended, serving nearly 400 Lewis students in nursing and teacher preparation and counseling and in allied health and behavioral health fields. I cannot underscore enough that your wisdom paired with our solidarity has created an enormously successful program. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you again to the board and the county executive.
Good morning, Kelly Roeder Tonelli, Executive Director of Strategic Engagement at JJC. What can I say that hasn't already been said? What I do want to summarize, and really, if you guys remember anything from what we've said today, it's the collaboration and unity that we've been able to come together with your wisdom to change the lives of thousands of residents of Will County. So here's what I want you to remember. Your investment didn't just put students in classrooms, it helped them cross the finish line. Okay. It reduced financial barriers, it increased enrollment, and it kept talent in Will County. So this investment at JJC supported a total of 928 students, which resulted in 178 associate degrees and 342 certificates. Think about that in just 2 years. It's incredible. But you know what? This isn't just about data. We want you to know the data and we want you to know how successful it is. But I want to end our report to you today by sharing a few testimonials, some of the faces behind the data from students at JJC. This is from Nicole. Because of this financial support, I've been able to reduce my work hours and dedicate more time to studying. It brought me one step closer to becoming a nurse and serving my community. The next one, I'm a single mom of a special needs child. This scholarship was a lifesaver. I am proud to be part of Will County and hope to serve the community one day as a nurse. Another, this grant made pursuing nursing in my 40s a reality. And then lastly, I am the first in my family to become a nurse. This grant changed my life and my children's life. So with that, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you so much for giving us some time today, and thank you for your investment and trust in us.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We will now move on to Land Use and Development Committee. Chair Pretzel.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'd like to make a motion to open public hearing.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlotman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlotman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Ballage. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne. 21.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries. We are now in public hearing. Absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Do we have anyone here to speak on a land use case? Please come forward. And a reminder, if you can please state your name, and it's helpful too if you identify the case.
My name's Ken Carlson. I'm an attorney with Tracy Law Firm in Joliet. I represent the applicant in your case, which is number 4 on your agenda, 25-2839ZC 25-081. The applicant's Rowell Avenue. We're here to answer any questions you might have. I think there has been, after the Planning and Zoning Committee hearing, Gary Schumel, who's the principal of Rowell Avenue, he took into consideration some of the public comments, And many of those focused on the potential impact on Rowell Avenue down by the school, which is fairly remote from the subject property across from Shalino Crane, their facility. Since that time, and Gary is here. Since that time, he's come to an agreement with the owner to the property to the north, which is the Harris family. They historically used to be the owners of the Beach Club property, which is your subject property. When Prairie Materials was on that site, the city required them to put in a concrete private road that runs along the west side of the rail that goes all the way up to Washington Street. Gary's discussion with the Harrises has been that he would be allowed to use that facility, which would allow Austin Tyler to divert truck traffic, not eliminate it, but divert and mitigate some of the truck traffic on Rowell Avenue, move it to the north on a private concrete road up to Washington, thereby mitigating some of the traffic that would be going south on Rowell. On average, that's about over a 1-year period from April to April. It was about 5.2 trucks per day. There was a day with 22 trucks over a 12-hour period. But I think to the extent that that's something I think that would help mitigate concerns with respect to truck traffic south on Rowell. Any other questions, we'd be happy to answer.
We do have some questions from board member. We have member Trenier, then Revis, and then Newquist.
Thank you for being here today. I do have questions. In particular, what you just described. I'm not as familiar with this area as maybe some of my fellow colleagues. I'm from Bolingbrook. And so I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're talking about in terms of this other alternate way to get there. That's my first concern, that I don't really understand where you're talking. I don't know if you have a picture or anything. I could support this project if we could put a limit on the number of trucks per day. And from what I understand from our land use, actually from our state's attorney, we can put a limit per day of the number of trucks that can travel down this road. And we can actually enforce it and revoke your special use permit if you don't comply. So that is something that I am interested in talking about, but I would really like a better picture of where this road is you're talking about that would be the alternate entrance.
Right. So I don't know if staff.
I have my map up now, so if you want to try to describe it again.
So if you look north of the subject property in the northeast corner, and you see the railroad tracks.
Yes.
So if you go north of there and zoom in, you'll see a concrete road
Yes.
that goes north all the way to Washington.
Yes.
That's the road.
Oh,
And
that
it's-
would be wonderful.
It's not a public road, it's a private drive, but there would be an easement granted that would allow this access.
Oh, that would be far better because that's all going around already existing trucking and rail operations.
That's
So I like that idea. I had heard something else that maybe you guys were going to like repave Rowell Avenue.
Well, I think Mr. Schumel has an agreement with the Township Highway Commissioner, Road District Commissioner, to maintain Rowell Avenue adjacent to the property.
Gotcha.
But I think this further, allows him to mitigate traffic on Rowell. And I think the important thing with this that we mentioned at the Plan Commission is that this facility takes materials from Austin Tyler. He can control that, and their trucks are dispatched, so he can control
How many?
where they go.
And where?
Right.
Yeah, no, I love this new route. I love the fact that they're still willing to rehabilitate Rowell Avenue, even if it is only right next to the subject property. What do you I heard you talk about 22 trucks. I mean, what are you really thinking that you're going to be bringing into this facility per day?
Well, I don't know that we think there's going to be a significantly higher amount. I do think you have to take into consideration when construction's going, that's what this material is. It spoils effectively from road projects, sewer projects, things like that.
So you would say more in the summertime when kids are not in school than in the middle of winter?
Well, I would clearly say more in warmer months. So if kids are in school in May,
Yeah, they are.
yeah.
but the bulk of it would be in the warmer months.
The bulk of it would be in the warmer months.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we dumped there for 12 months already, and 6 months of that 12, we didn't even open the gate.
Can you come to the mic, sir? Sorry, and introduce yourself, thanks.
Yeah, I'm Gary Schumel, I'm the landowner. We've dumped previously at this site from 23 to 24 for 12 months.
Mhm.
6 months of that, the gate wasn't even open.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
It depends where the work is at. You know, if there's work in Joliet around town, then we'll use that dump. If not, if we're out of town,
Oh, then you don't use it. You-
Correct.
You only use this for local dumping. In other words,
Correct.
you're putting the stuff back in the community where it came from.
correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Revis.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I was told that this property it was in some violation. Can you clear the air whether there was a violation found on this property or not?
Well, as mentioned at the planning and zoning hearing, I mean, we are here to correct. Rowell Avenue got their IEPA permit for the CCDD site significantly long ago. And then there was a period until they got their NPDS permit before they started the fill activities. They had been in contact with land use and did not have an understanding that that required a development permit. So they started filling. They then got the notice of violation, which ultimately, when you look at the violation notice that was issued, I mean, it's for lack of having a development permit and addressing potential floodplain and addressing potential wetlands. Although those issues were addressed, the wetland issue was addressed at the federal level, but under the county ordinance, and they simply weren't aware of it. So we filed this application to get in conformance.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I have all the answers I need.
Member Newquist and then Berkowitz.
Thank you. I was just a little confused because I sit on land use and I believe it was stated at land use that the truck traffic would be between 40 and 50 a day, but it sounds like that's not correct. And I just want to confirm that.
No, I think the truck traffic could well be between 40 and 50 a day, depending on what happens with the economy and construction.
Okay, so, I mean, but that's not necessarily the average. You're talking
No, the average-
that there
the-
could be days when there could be that many trucks.
There could be, but the
Okay.
average is the average historically has been far, far lower than that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Burke.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So thank you for bringing this information forward. It's very much a positive to be able to have access to that road, bringing traffic off of Rowell. Also, I like to hear the financial benefit to the township by your company maintaining or improving that township road. That provides a relief to the township budget, the township taxpayers. So that's always appreciated when business steps forward to do that. Also, an impact that I have heard from your information you're sharing today is that this property does impact the ability for local projects, specifically in Joliet. I do know often companies will come and they've shared with us the costs. For example, when we were having the courthouse demolished, the price to take the debris farther impacted the cost to the work. So this is significant that this property will provide that relief to projects in Joliet to be able to have the clean fill come from these projects, holds the costs down, and it also provides great jobs in the economy. So again, we've had this conversation on the floor that if there is not a local source where you can deposit this clean fill, that drives up the cost of the project, that drives up fuel costs. And this is a great attribute to this case. I support this special use permit. And I encourage all of my board members to consider this, supporting a good employer, good jobs, and also the future development and growth in Joliet and the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Balich?
Yeah, you addressed the fact that there's, all the permits are okay, but, and there's no violations left other than that you're trying to fix the zoning and the special use thing. But could you tell us about the aquifer? Because I've been told that you're in violation with the EPA, and I don't, I think you guys have that covered too, but I don't know. So I'd like you to comment on that.
So a couple of things. So we're going through this process to fix the zoning violations. As you probably are all aware from looking at your packet, I mean, one of the conditions of the special use permit is that we comply with the site development permit requirements of the county. And we're all understanding that and realize that that's a condition to moving forward. With respect to the aquifer, I'm not aware of any violations on the aquifer issue. I think the discussion that occurred with respect to the groundwater and aquifer is this. That pond that some of us probably swam in when we were kids, is actually spring fed out of the aquifer. So that thing right now, there's anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million gallons of water a day that leaves that pond by virtue of coming up from the ground and leaves through the city's storm sewer. I mean, that's a significant amount of wasted water. So when that's filled, I mean, the intent is it will cap the water coming out of the ground because the pressure on top will be greater. That will go away and keep the aquifer replenished and not losing water, indiscriminately coming out of storm sewer, because there's no other way to stop that.
Okay, you answered my question. So actually, there's no more problems.
No. I mean, other than we've got to get through your process and get
Right,
through
but
the
I mean, I
conditions.
just wanted to clear up in my mind before I vote on it, that there's no more problems.
No.
So it's just, okay, I don't have a problem with it. If there's no problems, I don't have a problem.
Member Bullock?
Hi, I just want to clarify two pieces. We've used the word pave. You've used the word maintain. What exactly is going to happen to Rowell Road?
Gary, do you want to talk about your agreement?
Yeah, I've talked to Vince Alessio and I did the same thing on Schweitzer Road. Vince maintains a half-mile stretch on Schweitzer Road between Cherry Hill and Ridge, which is out of our main shop and where our plant's at. He came to me and said he didn't have enough money to do the job right with binder and surface, which is overlaying the road. So I told him I'd pay for the binder, which I did. So my agreement with him is to, sometime over the course of next year, is to overlay that road with surface.
What does that mean?
Well,
A blacktop situation or?
Yes.
Okay. And then, is there the possibility if you were asked to, as part of the special permit, to only use the south entrance to avoid going past the schools? Is that the south entrance? Yeah.
So the access?
Oh, if you do that other road, the north entrance is okay.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I think
But- Go ahead.
I think part of the problem is that maybe doesn't make a lot of sense from the community standpoint, because to the extent material comes from the south, we'd be going north and coming back south. What I think we can do, and I think Gary, Austin Tyler is a established community, this corporation, this community, and he wants to work with the community. They can control that access onto Rowell going south. I just think maybe it doesn't make a lot of practical sense to say you can't do anything there. I think we'll use our best efforts to minimize impacts on Rowell and divert as much of that traffic up that north private drive to Washington as we can.
Member Williams?
Yeah, I just had a question about, it was mentioned that there would be some good jobs that would come from this. What kind of jobs and how many?
I'll answer that. Well, I can tell you in 2006, Austin Tyler started at 6 employees. This year we had 200 employees. At our main shop, which is south of town on Ridge and Schweitzer Road. But I could tell you at any one time, I'm short 20 to 25 employees. So if anybody knows anybody, send them our way.
Well, so I think to your question pointedly is, what's going to happen at this site is material is going to be brought into this site by trucks. So whether there's one or two guys there on site for the period of filling, that's different than potentially what happens when the site is filled and it's developed into some commercial industrial use. And that, I mean, we've told everybody that horizon could be 8 to 10 years from now. So none of us are smart enough to figure out how many employees that could be.
Well, it was mentioned that there would be some good jobs. That's why I'm asking about it. And 8 to 10 years, we still have to look down the road as a county board. The future is what we look at as well as the present.
Yeah, but that site will be used by Austin Tyler ultimately.
Right. For what purpose?
Well, I think what we submitted with the package was that there would be an equipment maintenance facility. There would be a building built with all equipment for storage and maintenance done inside the building. And I think we said back then, if, projections with the glass globe, 5 to 6 employees at that location.
5 to 6?
Right.
All right, thank you.
Member Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Good morning. Ken, I don't know if you or Gary want to answer this, but your permit application is for clean construction debris. But I listened to your comments of what's being carried in and out. What is the definition of clean? When I tell my grandkids to clean their room, their definition is different from mine. They sweep it under the rug. What is your definition of clean?
This is a clean construction demolition debris site, which has a statutory definition and includes rock, broken concrete without rebar, reclaimed asphalt, stone, and uncontaminated soil.
Okay.
So it's not totally a clean it's not clean soil, so you just can't put dirt in there. I mean, the whole purpose of this was to take these kind of sites, fill them with some type of structural material, so ultimately there'd be some economic benefit down the road.
Okay. Nothing hazardous?
No.
Okay.
No, and I think we went through at the Plan Commission. I mean,
Yeah.
there's very
I was there.
specific
Yeah.
reporting rules.
Yep.
Every load gets wanded for odor.
Okay.
Every load gets inspected. Rejected loads get removed.
Right.
And importantly, it's coming from Austin Tyler, so it's controlled.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Madam Executive.
I don't see any further questions at this time, so thank you. I'm sorry, late hit.
Sorry.
That's right.
Just a quick question. There's already a truck route on, is there already a truck route on Rowell or like over there? Is there already a truck route in that area?
Yeah, I believe Joliet's just enacted their truck route rules within the last year or two. I believe Rowell Avenue is a truck route, and I believe you can go north to Second Street is a truck route.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. They may have you come back, so I just would stick around. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Start working for. Anyone else here to speak? Sorry. Oh, yeah, come on down. Yep, sorry.
Good morning. My name is Lydia Simrai, and I work as a construction analyst with the Indiana, Illinois, Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting. I'm here on behalf of my organization as well as Local 150 operating engineers to encourage you guys to vote yes for the special use permit for the CCDD site. Sorry. Austin Tyler is a local responsible contractor that has been performing work, creating jobs, and contributing to the local economy for the past 2 decades. So like I said, we encourage you guys to vote yes. Thank you.
My name is Dave Stover. I work for Local 150 as a business rep. I've been an agent for the last 3 years. I've gotten to know Gary on a personal level. Just some talking points that maybe he wouldn't brag about himself, but I just want, county board members and the community and the taxpayers to know Gary Schimmel has been a signatory contractor with Austin Tire that employs hundreds of employees, operators, laborers, along with other crafts. Gary has gone above and beyond contractual obligations with wages and benefits. Gary has donated to scholarship funds every year since its inception in '07. The Local 150 Scholarship Fund offers 16 four-year scholarships, 8 two-year scholarships, and 4 four-year trade school mechanic scholarships. These individuals that were earlier are the benefactor. I think there's a total of 27 scholarships. I know Gary gives back through the Will County Granting Contractors Association. They support causes like Big Brothers Big Sisters, NAMI, National Alliance for Mental Health, Habitat for Humanity. He's a good neighbor, and I think he'll do anything that he says he's going to do. So I just want to let you guys know. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Willis Sellers, and I stay at 707 4th Avenue, and I stay very close to the project. And I am also the owner of Sellers and Sellers Enterprises. I'm the president of the Black Contractors of Will County. I'm a member of the Southland Black Chamber. I'm also a member of the U.S. Chamber. And also I have protested many projects, Center Point, Water's Edge, the building of the new courthouse. And I've always advocated for our community. And one of the reasons is because the lack of Black opportunities, economics. So I've worked for Austin Tyler for many years, and I'm always in his face for helping the community. I go to him for some of everything, and since the government shut down and the community's been hurting for a donation in the area, I went to him and he's donated money. And I went around to all the churches, about $15,000. I went around to all the churches and said, if you know of anyone that's hurting financially, give them a voucher. So I'm here to say that that hole, to me, is a dangerous area. Kids have been in there. They've been fishing, swimming, kayaking. Cars have ran through the fence and almost went in the water. And I've been wanting someone to do something with that water area. I've met with Gary several times and we talked about different things. And my community was worried about Rowell Avenue, the truck traffic. We already got truck traffic there. They didn't want any more. So I met with Gary a few days ago and he said that he had an alternate route coming in from a different area to fill that hole in. And I'm here to ask you guys to vote yes on this project. And believe me, I don't always agree with him, but if there's something going on that shouldn't be happening, I will be out there protesting. If I protest the courthouse, I'll protest him. So I'm always advocating for our community. So I'm asking you to vote yes on this project.
Hello, my name's Edward Sharkey. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner in another zoning matter. So I didn't know if you want to hear that now.
Hear them all now, so yes.
Okay, that's, it's number 7. It's ZC 25106. My name again is Edward Sharkey on behalf of the petitioner, which is the Doris J. Robbins Revocable Trust. And what this case is about, it's a 30-acre map amendment request change from A1 to R1. The owner of the property had passed away. She lived in the farmhouse. The family owns adjoining property, farmland, which they farm. So they wanted to sell off the farmhouse. And in order to do so, we need the zoning change from A1 to R1. That's kind of the gist of it. But if I have any questions, anybody have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I don't see any questions, sir, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have last call for public land use. Last call for public hearing for land use. All right.
Madam
Chair
Executive,
Pretzel.
I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing for land use cases.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Public hearing is now closed. Chair Pretzel.
Thank you. First up on today's agenda, ORD 25-297 for zoning case 25-077. Requesting a special use permit for a bar in Frankfurt Township at 7663 West St. Francis Road, Frankfurt, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. PZC approved 6-0 with 3 conditions, and land use approved 3-2 with 3 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Any discussion? Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by, I'm sorry, is there a question? I'm sorry, Member Richmond.
Just to let you know, I'll be a no on this. I've spoken to a number of the people in the area and just wanted to let you know where I'm at. Thanks.
Seeing no more discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel.
No.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
County Executive votes yes.
Motion carries. Number 2 on the agenda, ORD 25-298 for zoning case 25-080. This is for a map amendment from R3 to C4 in Joliet Township at 501 Manhattan Road, Joliet, Illinois County Board District Number 6. I did receive a phone call from the attorney representing the applicant, Mr. Gary Davidson of Castle Law, asking me to postpone this to the January meeting. So I'd like to make that motion now to postpone this case to the January meeting.
There's a motion to postpone to January, motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Any discussion on that? Would you like to, we have to, Madam Clerk, please, do you want previous? Are we going to, okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Just to postpone.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, that one will be postponed. Number 3 on the agenda, ORD 25-299, zoning case 25-075, requesting a special use permit for a similar or compatible to a permitted use in Crete Township at 24606 South Kings Road, Crete, Illinois County Board District Number 3. PZC approved 6-0 with 5 conditions, and land use approved 5-0 with 5 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trainier. Previous roll.
Second, Bound.
Previous roll call by Newquist, seconded by Belge. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 4, ORD 25-300 for zoning case 25-081. We're going to have two votes on this. The first one is a map amendment from C6/R4 to I2. And the second vote will be for a special use permit for clean construction or demolition debris fill operations, CCDD, Joliet Township at 420 Rowell Avenue, Joliet, Illinois County Board District number 6. PZC approved the map amendment 4-2 with 5 conditions, and land use was 3-2 and 1 abstention with those same 5 conditions. And I so move. And again, this is on the map amendment.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Van Dyne. And previous roll call by Trenier, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Next is the special use permit for clean construction or demolition debris fill operations. Land use or PZC approved 4-2 and land use denied 2-3 with 1 abstention, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'll be a no.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'll be a no.
Yep, we're going to call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay. Next on the agenda, ORD 25-301, zoning case 25-085, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in New Lenox Township, vacant property on South Spencer Road, New Lenox, Illinois County Board District number 2. PZC approved 6-0 with 3 conditions, and land use and development approved as well with 5 conditions, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next on the agenda, ORD 25-302 for zoning case 25-074, requesting a map amendment to rezone the property from A1 to C6. This one's in Crete Township at 27115 South Dixie Highway, Beecher, Illinois County Board District number 3. That might be County Board District number 2. PZC recommended approval with a vote of 6-0, and land use approved 5-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trenier. Any discussion?
Second, Mitchell.
We were clean, right? Yeah, previous by Newquist, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Number 7, ORD 25-303, zoning case 25-106, requesting a map amendment from A1 to R1 in Wilton Township, part of 12504 West Wilmington Peatone Road in Peatone, Illinois County Board District number 2. PZC approved 5-0, land use approved 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Ballage. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
On to resolutions. First on the agenda, Resolution 25-304, APCD-25-007, appealing the Planning and Zoning Commission decision. PZC was in error of rejecting a temporary use permit application to allow a recreational vehicle on the property in Crete Township at vacant property at vacant Greenwood Avenue, Crete, Illinois. Land use and development voted 0-6, and PZC, staff and PZC not in error, rejecting a temporary use permit application. So we're voting to stand by the decision that staff and PZC made, if you vote yes.
Okay. So, and just so you know, we will need 3/4 votes or 17 votes to overturn the PZC decision.
Correct.
So I need a motion.
I make that motion.
Motion by Pretzel. Second by Winfrey. Discussion. Member Oxley.
Yes, how is this a error in rejecting temporary use permit?
I'm going to ask staff to come down because it is a little bit
Thank you.
unclear. Thanks, Brian.
Hello, Brian Redner from the Land Use Department. To answer your question about the error, the zoning ordinance states that staff can reject a temporary use permit application if the property has an open violation. In this case, the property owner had placed an accessory structure on the property without a permit. So that's the violation. That's why it was rejected. We rejected the application. They appealed to the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission determined that the staff made the correct decision by rejecting the application, but the owner had the ability to appeal that decision to the board, and that's what they did. So that's where we're at today.
Brian, have they taken any steps forward to correct the violation?
Well, this is a difficult one because the owner has a recreational vehicle on the property that was permitted by temporary use. They were trying to convince the board to change the regulations as it pertains to tiny homes / recreational vehicles. The board, well, I say the board, the Land Use and Development Committee decided that they were not going to make any changes to code to allow this. So essentially, the accessory structure needs to go if they're not going to have a permanent primary structure on the property, which would be a residence with a foundation.
Sure.
So this is kind of like the final determination. And after this point, they're going to have to go through some action either to build a home or remove the tiny home and the accessory building from the property.
Totally understood. Thank you.
We have Member Trinier. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm looking for some advice from the state's attorney. These cases always get tricky because normally we try to vote in the affirmative and it looks like they took a vote in the negative. And so I'm really confused on what a yes vote would mean and what a no vote would mean.
You must be reading my mind. That's what we were just talking about. So if you want to uphold the denial and staff's action, you will vote no. The question is was PZC an error? So if you want to allow this use, vote yes. If you want to uphold staff's decision, vote no.
I said that wrong.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So the tiny home or the accessible dwelling structure, is this freestanding or is it attached to the
It's on
existing?
wheels. It's just like,
okay,
it's
so
kind
it's-
of like a trailer, like a mobile home, but
Okay.
it's not HUD approved, so it doesn't meet the building code.
And
The
it's-
applicant has the ability to convert this structure to a permanent residential structure if they make it comply with code and put it on a permanent foundation. And that means a permanent foundation where the structure is attached to the foundation, not a concrete pad where it sits on top and is held down by some straps. So they certainly could do that. That would probably be a costly thing to do. So I don't really know what their next move is going to be to achieve compliance, either by putting forward plans for a permanent home or just removing this structure from the property.
So this board has approved ADUs, accessible dwelling units, with the special use permit going through the process and being compliant. And just to be clear, this property is not in compliance and, but yet wants this permit for this recreational vehicle. So for that, I think we have we have an expectation here that people need to be compliant and follow the rules to go through the process. So that concerns me, this lack of compliance. So I don't support this. So I guess, Kevin, you said you vote. If you
Uphold
don't
the denial, vote no.
vote no. Okay. And then just one question. Is there a concern, a public safety concern for a structure like this that is on wheels? Is this securely anchored down? So let's say we have a big windstorm or even a tornado. Is there an issue with this?
I mean, I can't guarantee that right now, the way the structure is on the property, it's just sitting on gravel or dirt. So it's not anchored down. It's not permitted by code. It was allowed on a temporary basis to see if this board had an interest in changing the code to allow such structures to be on the property, and the determination was made that there was no interest in that. So it really needs to be removed from the property, and with today's decision, that's most likely what's going to have to happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Revis.
So I'm just looking for a little bit more clarity. So we are now revoking their ability to use the recreational vehicle?
So really what you're doing is, what this vote is today is to overturn the PZC's decision to not accept the application. So if this board decides that they want to side with the applicant or PZC, if you side with the applicant, then they could apply for a temporary use permit, which would go to the Plan Commission, and they again could deliberate on whether or not they want to allow the use. You're not necessarily allowing the use. This vote is determining whether or not they can even apply for the use.
Yeah, so, and what was like the impetus for this? Like, what caused this? I don't even know if I used impetus right. What caused this? What brought us to this point?
What brought us to this point was the Planning and Zoning Commission decided to allow the homeowner or the property owner to have this recreational vehicle on their property for 6 months while they tried to work for a code change that would allow it to be there permanently. But there was no interest in doing that, so essentially they were left with a structure on the property that didn't comply with the code. And then on top of that, they put an accessory building on the property without a permit.
So who had no interest in changing the code? Was that this board or was that?
Land Use and Development Committee.
Land Use and Development Committee. Okay. I don't know. For me, it seems like this board has a strong, property taxpayer rights, strong property owner right angle that we like to take, especially like looking back on the 143rd Street project. We basically moved mountains for those individuals because, we were defending their property. But then we have an instance here where an individual is just looking to apply to use their property in a certain way, and we're going to tell them no, that we're not even going to take their application. So I don't know. The government's wrong in this case. Let the resident do what they want. Thanks.
Member Newquist?
Thank you. This situation's in my district, and I just want to point out that this situation has been going on for well over a year, I believe. And the owner of the recreational vehicle has, spoken about her wish to comply, but to date, she has not made any efforts to do so. And there's also no water or sewer on the site at the moment. And I am strongly siding with PZC on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Butler?
If I recall correctly, there was a lot of complaints from the township.
We did receive a lot of complaints from the township about PZC's decision to allow this use the first time for the temporary use permit for the first 6-month period. So Crete Township definitely was against the use. We received letters from the board, supervisor, the highway commissioner.
And there was a path forward for this resident, but they had not taken any steps in that path.
Correct. I mean, there is a path forward to making it a compliant structure. And I mean, if I had to characterize or summarize what happened is they waited till the last minute to see if the temporary or the tiny home could remain in its current configuration before they've made any effort to comply with putting a permanent home on the property. So they have indicated that they're taking steps to doing that, but it hasn't happened yet.
And would you say that for land use, to try to prevent, you know, having properties with these violations, that this is the only tool we have to try to prevent that? Because if we can't get them to rectify past violations, can we have any hope really of future violations being, you know, not committed?
I mean, I don't know that this is the only path. This is the path that the owner is afforded under the zoning code, and to exhaust all options of trying to go through this procedure. After today's vote, most likely what's going to happen is either they're just going to choose to remove it, they're going to submit plans to make it a permanent structure, or the county is going to be forced to move forward with some sort of enforcement procedure to make them remove it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I was a little unclear. I was just stating that it's hard enough to get people to comply. If you can't like set a, you know, a standard and they don't meet it, it makes it very difficult for you guys in the future to get anything, to get any of these people to comply. So I would have to say that I would uphold the decision.
Member Oxley.
Brian, so we're clear, I think, and the ordinance may have changed. They can't have an accessory structure on a vacant parcel until there's a house on it, correct?
Correct. That the ordinance is clear in residential zoning. You cannot have an accessory use if you do not have a primary use. So a primary use would be a home. An accessory use would be the accessory building of some type. In this case, I think it's like a 300 or 400 square foot accessory building.
Right, so they violated our zoning code originally by putting an accessory structure up.
Well, they violated initially by putting the tiny home there, or recreational vehicle, whatever you want to call it. And then on top of that, then they put an accessory structure on the property
So
without a building permit.
the violation starts at the beginning of everything. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further discussion. We have a motion, a second. A reminder that this needs 17, but to uphold the denial, you vote no. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel.
No.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Was it three? I only heard three. I only heard two. Were you paying attention?
19 in the negative, the motion fails.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, Resolution 25-305, SEXT-25-019, first extension to zoning case 23-108 for a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Crete Township. Vacant property southeast corner of South Nacky Road and West Loves Lane, Crete, Illinois County Board District Number 3. Land use approved 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Yeah. Ogalla.
No, I'm a no.
It's an extension.
Ogalla. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
No.
Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell.
No.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
Fourteen in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next on the agenda is another request for a first extension to zoning case ZC 24-020 for a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Washington Township, vacant property at the southeast corner of West Indiana Avenue and Southwestern Avenue, Illinois County Board District Number 2. Land Use and Development approved 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman. Ogalla, Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist. Yes. Balich,
No.
Oxley,
No.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Ogalla.
Sorry. All right. 16 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, number 4, resolution 25-307. This one's for a second extension to zoning case 23-012 for a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Shanahan Township, vacant property on Utility Amico Road, Shanahan, Illinois County Board District Number 1. Land Use and Development approved 6-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Sorry.
Richmond,
Yes.
Williams. Dean Schlottman. No. Ogalla. Yes. Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich,
No.
Oxley,
No.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan,
Yes.
Freeman. Revis,
Yes.
Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Last on the agenda, resolution 25-308. This is for the Will County Comprehensive Noxious Weed Work Plan, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by O'Gala. Any discussion? Vote up. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Richmond,
Yes.
Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogalla. Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich,
Yes.
Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next Land Use and Development Committee meeting is scheduled for December 4th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Finance Committee, Chair Newquist.
Good morning, everybody.
Can I ask a question? Are we all okay? Do we need to take a break or are we ready to go? Okay, okay. I don't know how long this is going to take. Okay, so we have we're going to motion by Revis, seconded by Butler. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. 10 minutes. settled in? I'm going to wait till everyone gets back. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. Can we get to our seats? That's right. Okay. Yeah, right.
All right.
Chair
back to-
Newquist.
Back to finance. First up, we have two items on a consent agenda. Resolution 25-309, authorizing the county executive to execute necessary documents for delinquent tax program, and Resolution 25-310, appropriation of funds for Illinois Department of Public Health Student Loan Repayment Program, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number two is to open a public hearing to discuss the 2026 annual budget and appropriation ordinance, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Revens. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Alich. Oxley. Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier.
Trinier. Trinier.
Van Dyne.
We are now in public hearing. Is there any additional comments regarding the budget from our public? Is there any additional comments that anyone would like to make? Going once? Going twice? All right.
All right, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
There's a motion by Newquist to close the public hearing, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Alich. Oxley. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Public hearing is now closed. Member, or Chair Newquist.
All right, number three, ordinance 25-311, annual budget and appropriation ordinance of the County of Will, State of Illinois, for the fiscal period beginning December 1st, 2025, and ending November 30th, 2026, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Freeman. Discussion. Member Richmond.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend to a 0% levy with new construction, followed by the following changes to the cannabis.
Sir, we're not on the levy. It's, this is the budget.
This is the budget then?
Yeah, this is
All
the
right.
budget portion.
So specific then to the budget is I'd like to look at I want to make an amendment to the cannabis portion of it. The CAC for a total of $335,000, housing stabilization, $440,000, workforce services for $170,000, ballot inserter for the clerk's office, $260,000, the ROE, $200,000, food stability, $50,000, scholarship fund, $350,000, and the IWA, the legal defense for immigrants with a legal status. And I so move.
Okay, I'm not, okay, what are you doing with that? I'm not clear what you just listed a bunch of amounts there. You are going to change, that is what you want to add to the budget?
That I want to amend.
Amend, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So,
Take,
okay.
take off what's on that one page and amend it to these
These
8 line
items,
items,
all right.
yes.
Hey, and okay. There's amendment to add those,
$350,000. for this?
Would you like to read it again for everyone?
Sure.
Discussion on the.
I will, okay, but I
I'll be
want everyone
happy-
to know what
I'll
he
be
is.
happy to read it again.
Yeah, I think everyone wants to know what he is proposing. So please read it. We have a motion to change the cannabis dollars to the following items, is what I'm understanding. Okay.
Amend the allocation of the cannabis dollars as follows. The CAC, $335,000. Housing stabilization, $440,000. Workforce services, $170,000. The ballot inserter for the clerk's office, $260,000. The Regional Office of Education, $200,000. Food stability, $50,000. The scholarship fund, $350,000. And the IWA Legal Defense Fund for Immigrants with Legal Status, $200,000.
Okay. All right. Motion by Richmond to amend, seconded by Butler. Discussion on the amendment. Member Newquist,
Do we need to get this in writing?
probably. I'm sure they have it, though. I think that is a request on your, that is ability to request. No. I mean, we probably could have done this before, once again, but that's all right.
I would have been more than happy, but I've been always open to a compromise and discussion. I showed up to the leadership meeting on Monday, of which I found out it was canceled via email. Usually if you have a standing meeting, if you don't hear from somebody via email, you would communicate with them verbally or at least through a text. I was here, I had all that information, and I was prepared to have a discussion.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of any meeting either. You could have, I wish you would have walked it down to us as well.
I was here.
I also called.
I was here
Yeah.
and I was told it was canceled.
Yeah, I don't,
So
it's not my
I was standing by your office front desk, so.
Yeah. No, I don't make those meetings. Those are set by the county board.
Yeah.
Because they work on your schedule. But yeah, too, I also did give you a call.
Also, could I clarify that the amendment was for zero? Oh, no, it wasn't for 0%. It was just the change in the.
Just the change for the cannabis fund right now.
So right
is
now
what
we're
I was told.
Okay, so this is
That's
just.
all we
the-
can discuss right now.
You're correct. While we are waiting for, well, no, we're going to wait for the changes before we comment on it. We're going to wait on the changes. Oh, okay. Member Van Dyne?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to comment. Just a simple ask. Is there any way that we can put the original document that Mr. Richmond is referring to up on the big screen? So when we do have our new numbers, we can compare?
Yeah, what page in the budget book?
Yeah.
Okay. The budget book's wrong.
It's going to all be avoided.
Cannabis allocation. Hold on. That should be in my email.
Changes they have in there.
Wait, it's been changed since the budget book, correct?
The line items have, I don't know if any line items have been, well, we have a list of changes that are proposed in your document already. So it wouldn't be the budget book. You would be looking at the document that was attached to your agenda because that is what is going to be proposed. So just so everyone knows, there's a proposed changes that are always attached to your agenda item during this time. So that is what you would be comparing to. Although, yeah.
Right.
Annual budget document. Oh, yeah, that's what we should do.
No, but I mean, this is changed from the, what was the cannabis?
Okay. Everyone has been received a copy, I believe.
I don't see the cannabis on here.
We don't have this thing.
The original's in the budget, book, but I believe it's changed from what's in the budget.
No, it's not anywhere on this. Attached is special product. Yeah, so how are we supposed to? It says special products.
All right, we all set here. So we have the motion to change just the cannabis dollars to these. So we'll move on to discussions. Everyone has a copy. Did you have something for Leader Van Dyne? You ready?
I would prefer to wait. I
Okay.
believe Mr. Hendricks is going to pull up the original document so we can all look at it.
Great. All right. Thank you. Member Trenier, do you want to wait the same? Anyone has any other additional comments on that while we're waiting for the? Member Butler, do you have anything while do you want to speak now while they're waiting to look at a screen? Do you have any comments? Before 68, if you do have your budget booklet. Okay.
Chuck.
That helps anyone up there? Did you see it?
But even like they propose cannabis changes, it doesn't, I mean, the budget will be bound.
I don't know what the cannabis change versus what the.
This is their cannabis changes,
Does
but
it,
it's
does it,
not nearly enough. If they're proposing a zero balanced
well, they haven't
budget.
gotten there yet though.
Right.
You know, so we'll have to find out
Right.
where they go. So.
Right, okay. Did I leave my phone in the car? Here it is. So good. You see it less.
Cannabis.
What?
Mike's on.
Member Trenier, would you like to start? Are you? Okay. B468, like bingo, B468. It's up on the screen now as well, folks. I think it is. This one, that is the last, that is the presentation that was, that was given to me given by me in August. Nothing has changed since now. This is the first amendment that we are hearing regarding that change. So that is the last one. That is the numbers we would be comparing them to. And again, nothing's voted on with that. That is just a presentation. So, and they are, So are we ready for discussion? Member Trenier.
Yeah. So I've talked about this, at least in my caucus, and with some folks on the other side of the aisle. The CAC used to fund themselves. This donation to them, this just started in 2019 or 2020. I don't support the continued contributions to them, and I've been pretty clear about that. I don't understand why the ROE needs an additional $200,000. That's not explained here. I can't support that. You know, when we're talking about a 0% tax levy for us, seems like that same should apply to the ROE. And then the comments here about a legal defense fund to this organization, Illinois Workers for Action. They are new in our community. I don't know that they're legitimately making any difference in our community. I have a long-standing relationship, over 15 years, with South Suburban Immigrant Project. They do excellent work in our community. They help people become citizens. They help them get food resources. They're basically at the beck and call of the immigrant community in Will and DuPage County. And they have a good track record. They have a rapid response network, and I could go on. Actually, I have a 2-pager here that I'm going to ask somebody print and pass out. I can't imagine why I would want to support a brand new organization that just popped up in our community with this kind of funding when we have an existing organization that is doing credible, fantastic work and is also accredited by the Department of Justice, which this organization that's mentioned here is not. So I'm going to ask that this report about SSIP be printed and shared with board members. IWA is brand new in the community. I'm a 53-year resident, and I listened to the director of their program talk at several events this week about how she's been reaching out to local elected officials. I'm not hard to find, folks. They have not reached out at all. And I've been on this board a considerable amount of time. And I had to learn about them by going to other functions. So yeah, I can't support these changes as they're written. I'm not opposed to changes at all, but not these particular ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Butler.
I'd like to call a question. You must.
This is a pretty serious conversation.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
but
know.
isn't it up to the board to make that decision, not you?
I would think that
To
you
call
would
the
have a
question,
fit
the
if I.
board makes the decision, not you.
Okay. The motion,
Second.
Second, Reverend.
so I'm going to find out what you need. You guys would be very angry if one of us did that, sir.
You wanna
But
find
anyway,
out if you
Member,
can tell me
well,
what I
Member
said.
Butler made a motion to call the question. We are seconded by Member Revis. What do we have?
And then the board will decide.
Yeah.
I did.
Hey, say,
No,
He kicked me.
I did not.
You did.
Shut up.
Did you just refer to that as bad behavior?
we need 15? We need 15, or we need 15 in the affirmative to call the question. Madam Clerk, this is to call the question. You're just voting on to call the question.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogalla. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
No.
With 14 yeses, the motion fails. Moving on to Member Richmond.
Wasn't there 15?
You have to have 15 to pass. You had 14. Well, hold on, let's see, Madam Clerk, 14. Yeah, we had. Would you like to read those who voted, will you please read out loud who voted yes? We're going to read out loud who voted yes to call the question.
Richmond, Dean Schlottman, Ogalla, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Bullock, Logan, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz.
Thank you. All right, Member Richmond. You haven't like that. Oh, are you done? Okay, sorry. All right. Any other, Member Butler, do you have additional comments? You're on still. I mean, you called the question, so I guess not. Right. Anyone else who has any comments on this? Member Bullock?
To the maker of the motion, I guess, what is food stability versus the senior produce
in there.
program?
I think what it does is.
Hold on, I don't know if you're on there, Jim, sorry. Yes, you are, sorry.
All right. So it does encompass, it specifically says that it's for senior citizens. That's what we're focused on here. So
Isn't the senior produce program, a like legit program that we do? Like it is a regular thing, whereas
The senior pro,
Food-
was it a proposal by the MAP organization to provide produce for senior citizens in the area?
and so food stability, that same money can go to the MAP program?
I don't know that, I don't know what their focus is, though. Yeah.
Is that how that money's going to be used then?
yeah, I would say yes, yeah.
So why are we changing the name?
You know what? I didn't have it in front of me and I just wanted to make sure that it went directed to seniors. So,
Okay.
All right, Member Freeman?
So I guess this is also to the Republican lead that proposed this. So yours does not include money to United Way, Housing Stability, CASA, or the Health Department?
It does have.
housing stability is
I'm
not,
trying to look at this and look at that, and I'm just trying to make sure I have everything figured out in my head. Okay, so housing is on yours. Sorry, I missed that one. No, it's up there. It's not on this one. Nope, yes, it is. Okay, sorry, missed that one. So it does not include those three things, correct? But you are
Does-
adding a ballot inserter and ROE, correct?
the ROE was originally on the initial proposal that was put together bipartisanly. The ROE came out here and talked about that Clearview protection stuff that they're putting on in the schools. It's meant to say for the safety of children and that. What was the last one that you had mentioned? I think that was at the ballot stuffer for the clerk's office. The clerk's office has had a issue, and the most important thing in this country is elections and getting results in a timely manner. I understood in the past election that they had challenges with a faulty equipment or equipment that was having issues. It was end of life. They were working overtime. Working overtime is great for the employee from a financial perspective, but from a family lifestyle perspective, having to work a lot of extra hours in a very short period of time under intense pressure to get something done. By putting in a piece of equipment that can actually automate this, it is going to actually help us with probably the most important thing in our country, and that's accurate elections, timely, accurate elections.
So I do believe that elections are like top priority, but at no time do I remember the clerk's office coming forward and asking for this. So this is new to me. I need to digest a bit. Thank you.
We're going to let everyone speak first, and then we come around for second times. Our leader, Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I didn't see the ROE fund up here on the original proposal. My question is, I want to say that, and I could be wrong, so I'd like some clarification. There was a comment about some tinted windows for protection. Did we already do that program, and how many windows were taken care of? And I believe it was around $70,000. So if the ROE was here to explain the cost, because I'd like to know how many windows that would be taken care of with this amount of money.
Mr. Richmond? Okay, thank you.
I probably won't answer to somebody's liking, but
okay.
what I'll do is I'll try and give you an answer. From what I understand is it's not tinting. It's to help ensure the schools have additional time for safety in the event of some kind of attack, whether it's gunshot, baseball bat, I don't know, whatever, blunt object that they're going to try and break into the school. It's put in on the schools. I can't give you the exact answer or the exact number, but it was done on a certain number of schools. And I believe it was Katie's possibly raising her hand. She might have some details. I'll defer to her to help me out on this.
You going to answer on behalf of the ROE?
Here a little bit, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, these were used, it's a clear coating covering that helps sort of give the windows more of a support against giving extra time, as Member Richmond said, for gunshots, blunt objects, things of that nature. And it has been done on the elementary schools. The ROE would like to expand the program to the middle schools and to the high schools as well. And it is a very effective safety measure for the schools and in the climate that has, been around for the last 20 years within schools. She thought it would be prudent to help keep the safety of the children in the schools.
I completely agree, but I guess I'm unclear of, we say all the schools, how many schools are we talking about and how many total windows and how much did it cost?
I guess I would have to see exactly how many elementary schools are in Will County.
Yeah.
Those are the schools that she has done, and then they would be moving on to middle schools and then the high schools. So it has been done at the elementary level schools. So I guess we just need to do some basic math here. If we
I'm all
know
for it.
schools.
If I had the numbers, I could do the math.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So however many,
Okay, well, I
elementary
don't
schools
think,
are.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Until I'm clear on that answer, I cannot vote for this amendment.
Thank you. Member Hickey?
Thank you, Madam Executive. Okay, so it says motion to amend, and then it had, I mean, if we're voting on this piece of paper, I don't know if we can show this on the screen, but what we have here, I'm having a hard time following. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to be a stickler about this, but I'm adding up the amounts here, and it says like 1.5 or 1.6 is left, and then it says leaves 1 mil in account. I don't know what this means. I'm really sorry, but I need some clarity here.
Go ahead. You
Take
can
it.
explain it.
And put it all out there for you.
Well, you can just explain. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'll be more than happy to print it out for you, but
It's printed. I just want.
these are my handwritten notes, just a scrap piece of paper that I kind of jotted some things down on. I'm happy that we're taking a microscope to everything because I think we've probably got about 400 and some pages that I'd love to take a microscope to and ask a lot of questions about. We're talking about a $160 million property tax budget bill. When you look at the revenue that comes in through this county in all different ways, special funds and that, we're close to $750 million. I mean, I would love to go through all $750 million. Right now, what we're doing is we're talking about something that the ROE came here and presented on. It seemed as though a lot of people were in favor of what the ROE is doing. It seemed as though a lot of people are interested in, protecting children and giving the schools that extra few minutes that they may need in the event of a catastrophic
I
situation.
understand that.
So
Oh,
I'm more than
sorry.
happy to address anything you've got on here that you don't understand. And I apologize that it was my hand scribbled notes.
Okay.
Because this has been a very
To
very
begin,
fluid.
0% levy with new construction.
Don't even look at that right now.
Okay,
That's
so
not even
you're
part of
not
this
voting on
discussion.
that. Okay, so motion to amend, we should strike that out. And then,
We're talking specifically about the cannabis.
okay, yes. So when we're talking specifically about the cannabis funds, what is the total that we're spending?
$2,005,000.
2,005,000?
Yes. And the fund has approximately $2.6 million in it. So it's not like we're spending everything.
So, but there, it says down here, it leaves 1 million in the account.
That's because based on my other numbers that I was working on, as you can see, there were some scribbled notes and things got changed. So discount the very handwritten portion at the very top, discount the 1.595 million, leaving 1 million in the account. Focus on numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which I actually put an arrow down so that at the bottom. I'd be more than happy to actually print this out for you without all the notes on it.
Maybe we could have staff type it out. They'll do it.
Clear? Are you well?
You could have
I mean, as clear as I can be with this.
Member, I'm trying to circle back to people who have not spoken yet. I can't remember, Mr. Butler, have you spoken on this yet? Just on the amendment, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
as
go
far
ahead.
as the safety glass, so I believe what they said was that if they put one coat on, that it would slow down entry from any possible intruders. And with multiple layers, it could become bulletproof. So that cost could be different for different schools and different purposes. So the money's the money is being set aside for the safety of the children at these schools.
Thank you. Member Mitchell?
Just a couple things. One is, like in previous times when we've given cannabis dollars, we do ask that we at least get some kind of report of what they did with the funds. I think that's reasonable to request. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the cannabis dollars? Give us a report, a status report on what you've done. That's one thing. And to answer your question, there are 53 middle schools in Will County, 27 high schools in Will County, and 123 elementary schools in Will County. Now, that is what ChatGPT said. Do you know the answer? Well, you can give the answer then. But according to ChatGPT, that is approximately how many middle schools and high schools that are in Will County. And if it's wrong, at least we have a close number, and that's it.
Thank you. We have Member Dean Schlot. Oh, you answered the question. We'll let you go again.
Okay,
You had a
thank you.
question, yep.
So I misspoke, Chair Van Dyne. It was 34 junior highs, 9 K through 8 schools. The exits and the entrances of each of those schools, it was $3,500 each school.
All right, Member Kosa?
Thank you. We're talking about the cannabis tax fund, and I want to remind the county board that the cannabis dollars, $3 are for community reinvestment and social equity work. These dollars are to support and directly fund communities disproportionately affected by past drug criminalization laws and the war on drugs. And I've got some curiosities here as to why an organization, for example, like the United Way, that provides shelter, food, etc., has been removed from the budget, and then a ballot inserter for the clerk's office has been added. I've got questions about what is behind the scholarship fund. What does that mean exactly? There are no details. Immigration, support, and defense. There are so many organizations who are seeking funding to be supported in these ways: education, public health, law support and enforcement, community reinvestment. I don't like that there are specific organizations listed, and believe that if we're going to create line items, they are general line items where a NOFO is required, like any other ARPA, mental health board funding, where there's a vetting, a transparency in that vetting.
Thank you. Member O'Gala?
Thank you. So I could just like to clarify some things. As far as cannabis funds that we receive from the state are to be used for those things, and you will see that we do have some of that in here, giving money to the CAC. The cannabis dollars that the county collects, because we put a tax on it, those dollars can be used the way that we have seen fit. We have, through the course of time, allocated those to different organizations or to fund a certain required need of the county, regardless of what department, any department. We've done various different things. We've used those dollars to fund that, so we did not have to take that out of the budget, out of the corporate fund. So we use those cannabis dollars for that. That is something that we have done. We have in the past listed individual groups and given money to those groups. This is nothing unusual. The scholarship fund that you have listed here is an excellent opportunity for the county to provide scholarships to students who have been impacted by incarceration, meaning their parents are incarcerated. This gives these kids a chance to go to college, much like the ARPA dollars we used for the nursing and the teaching. We were able to give those people the money because we had a shortage of nurses and teaching. This furthers that by allowing scholarships to be given to those who probably have no chance of going to college without that opportunity. The United Way, we looked at that. They didn't need the dollars. And I want to say one thing. The county board can make an amendment to the proposed distribution of cannabis dollars that the executive puts out. We have done this every year. We have a team that worked together on it. They should have brought the proposals to your caucuses. What happened at the caucuses all the time, I'm not always aware, but that's what it was. So we are amending this. Leader Richmond is amending this expropriation of cannabis dollars, as you see listed here. If you want it to be more clear, we can certainly ask staff to type it up. That's not a problem, because Jim had his notes here, and that's what you're reading. I guess you're confused by that. I think it's pretty clear because he stated it out loud. So those are the things that we've done here. We've done it in the past. This isn't anything new. The county executive makes a proposal with it's a draft budget. That's what she came up with. She did not talk with us about it. This is our amendment to her proposal to use the cannabis dollars in this fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bullock?
I don't have an issue with anybody amending anything. I'm going to go back to the scholarship fund. The first time that I see it appearing, it was 150K on this bipartisan compromise proposal thing that I have in my notes. And now it's all the way up to 350K for something we're doing for the very first time. Is there a reason that we've gone to that level instead of just keeping it at the 150 and seeing how it even will work?
I don't know if we have, I don't think there's a response to that. I'm not seeing anyone who would like to respond. All right, Member Trenier.
I just would add on the scholarship fund, college is not the end all and the be all and the answer. We have a lot of people in college that right now that have no jobs, people that have college degrees. I think this should also be used for trade schools. It doesn't make sense to me to use it just for college. And I've worked very closely with an organization called
Come on.
I've worked very closely with an organization called Give Something Back. They're in multiple states. They originated here in Lockport. I know one of my fellow county board members is very much aware of the organization. They do fantastic work in supporting bright students that might otherwise not be able to go to college because of the financial constraints on their family or their situation, which sometimes is due to, the war on drugs, but sometimes due to other circumstances. But at any rate, college isn't the only answer. And I would just like to see that this also include trade school. And I would agree with Member Costa that if we want to allocate $200,000 towards legal defense for immigrants and legal status, I'm 100% behind that. I don't want to name an organization. We should be issuing a NOFO and doing this with transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I suppose this is for Mr. Richmond, but why is the CAC being cut by $10,000? It's an organization that provides direct services to the children of Will County. And then another question, and I don't even know who to direct this to, but I will direct it to you, Madam Executive, because that's what I'm supposed to do. Why are these amounts from the ROE and the clerk's office not in their operational budgets?
All right. Would you like to answer those, Mr. Richmond? Yeah.
So first off, the ROE, the clerk's office did put it in the back of their budget book. It was something that was denied. So it did not, it was on, I believe it's column A or page A. It didn't make it to page B, if I remember correctly. And I apologize, there's like 460 some pages that I've had to kind of go through. The second off is, what I tried to do is actually leave some money in there so that this way, as we go through the upcoming year, we actually have some money. If we identify something that we say, this needs to have an immediate attention and it needs some immediate money put towards it. That's why a balance was left. So correct, I did cut a couple of them by $10,000. I've heard before Member Trenier say that the CAC gets money from us and all that kind of stuff. So I figured $10,000, that's not that significant of a cut. It is a program that's run by the county. It's a great program, and I didn't want to cut it drastically, but I mean, $10,000 is, I thought would be nominal to do. Did I cover all your questions?
You did. Yeah, I'm just trying to follow the rationale here, but thank you for that.
Member
Oh,
Rabbit.
you know what? I do have one question. I'm sorry. You mentioned about trade schools. I talk to young men and women all the time. Candidly, when I went to college, you know what? It was an option because I was able to do that. A lot of my friends didn't. And you know what? They're doing very fine in life. I talk to a lot of young men and women today, and I tell them, they're like, should I go to, I go, don't waste your time. If you know that and I see these young men and women, they're good with their hands, they're good with their minds, they're good on it with on a job type stuff. Don't waste your time. Don't listen to your high school counselor telling you should go to college and then go on to trade school. Go to the trade schools. The trade schools are a great place. You're going to get a great education. And at the same time, too, you're going to be earning some money, which ultimately you'll be in the workforce, which is something that we need. So the scholarship fund, I'm more than happy to have a portion of it, large portion, whatever it is, I don't know, go to the trades. Because I think we need a lot more tradesmen and women out there. So.
Member Revis?
Thank you, Madam Executive. I just wanted to echo Member Hickey's comments about the concerns for the cuts or the cut to the CAC. I'm a major advocate of what we have going at the CAC. I know the 14 individuals that work there are some of the best in the business at providing hope, healing, and justice to the sexually abused and severely neglected kids of Will County. However, in terms of this debate and this conversation, I am going to be supportive of Leader Richmond's amendments because I know he put a lot of work into these, and we're trying to strike, a balance of, fully funding our programs while also, targeting specific and healthy cuts for the county taxpayer. But I would just like to encourage Member Hickey to join our efforts at the Forest Preserve, where we're trying to get a $10,000 payment from the Forest Preserve Police Department to the CAC. So I just want to remind everybody of that, and that's all.
Thank you. Member Freeman.
This is a little side note, but I'm noticing a campaign sticker on the back of Member Logan's shirt, and I'm not sure if that's appropriate on the floor.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Member Bullock?
All right, so one more piece because I'm dissecting all of this. There's 2,005,000 in the Canvas fund. Accurate? No. There's 2.8 million. And this is using 2,005,000 of it. So, okay. All right.
Member Van Dyne? Member Freeman, are you speaking again? Okay, but Speaker Van Dyne?
Thank you. Since, amendments do happen all the time, and there has been, in my mind, there has been plenty of opportunity to present this information in advance of today's board meeting. So with that being said, I understand that there may be some counter offers from maybe one side or the other side of the aisle. I would like to request a 10-minute recess so the caucuses can regroup and try to come up with some sort of compromise on this particular amendment. It would be open to the public.
Hold on one second. Let me What exactly are you asking to do?
I would like,
The caucuses cannot meet. Like, we can't have separate caucuses meet because that's not posted. So are you, yeah. Am I correct with that?
well,
Okay.
I think, this is the first item on the entire agenda, and I have a feeling that this may continue throughout the course of the day. And I just want to make sure that both caucuses have plenty of time to digest the information. So if
I think
that's
we're the only, I think you're I'm thinking they're aware. I think it's just caucus who's not aware.
Sure.
So we can't let you, we cannot let you meet because it would violate, you have to violate.
Right, then I would suggest if anybody wants to make an amendment to this amendment, then they feel free to do so at this time. Thank you.
Member Newquist.
Thank you. I have a question. I don't want to return to the agenda yet. I'm noticing there's no, in the proposal, they left out the $1 million for the health department. Is that getting put in from elsewhere, or are we just shorting the health department the $1 million?
Do you want to answer that, Member Ogalla? Okay.
Answer that. So the caucus, our caucus decided that we should not spend cannabis dollars on employees. We should spend cannabis dollars on items, on supporting groups that will provide services. If you provide something for cannabis to hire an employee, to employ somebody, that's a long-term obligation. We do not know what the long-term funding level will be from cannabis from this year to next year to the next year to the next year. So we made the decision that we would not do that. There are dollars in the rest of the budget, different funds that can be used for that can be changed. I know that the cash reserves are high. There's lots of different ways to pay for those employees. Again, those employees were hired under ARPA funds, which were a grant. And it's always known that a grant, there's a timeline, and when that timeline is gone, then a lot of times those employees are let go. A lot of times those employees are absorbed. So I'm assuming some of those employees were absorbed because I know that there were more than 11 employees hired during ARPA. That's all this is looking to do. Again, don't support funding salaries out of cannabis. Just like when we took money out of cash reserves to pay for salaries, we don't do that either. It's not the right way to budget.
Member Berkowitz?
Thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Well, we've tried to, okay, Madam, have you? Yep. There is a motion to call the question by Member Berkowitz, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Reminder, we have to get 15. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
The number, but I know it wasn't 15. 12 in the affirmative, the motion fails. Member Butler. Member Costa. Okay, that's fine.
I'm having an amendment written and prepared by staff right now where I'd like to see the cannabis tax funds allocated by percentage to different groups, including youth services, workforce services, housing, education, legal defense for immigrants versus a specific dollar amount to specific organizations. I'll have that written and distributed shortly.
I'll second.
Motion, but, well, we don't have a, yeah, hold on.
I would ask staff to calculate the dollar amount based on the percentage that I've recommended. Percentage of this full $2.8 million. So a percentage.
Yes, I'm letting this pass. I'm getting clarification. So while it's getting passed out, we do have to vote on his amendment first. We will have to vote, so you can have it all while you're looking, but we will have to, we are still discussing the amendment that was presented by Mr. Richmond. All right, so is there any other discussion on Member Berkowitz on Mr. Richmond's proposal? Don't look at the one being, yeah. We're still talking about Mr. Richmond's proposal.
Okay, and we can't call the question. That
We
was-
can't,
okay.
we've tried it twice. No one has voted for that. Yep. So, all right, but we may be done anyway. Is there any other discussion on the current amended proposal? Any other discussion on the current amended, Member Richmond?
So in alignment with Member Trenier mentioned is I would be happy to take a look at reducing the ROD's budget by $30,000 or $40,000, specifically earmarking it for trades or that. So I mean, and we can even look at more of the scholarship fund type stuff for that, but you know, I'm open to discussion. So I think if that's something that we could, you know, come to some kind of agreement on.
Well, we can't amend your amendment right
We can't
now, so
amend-
it has
okay,
to,
right.
that's what I'm
Let's vote-
being
let's
told.
vote on our
So we're
amendment then.
voting on the current thing, and then, yeah, I will have to find out the process if you change it after the budget vote. All right, so we have Member Richmond's proposal. This is what we are voting on. Is there any other thing regarding the budget at this time? Any other changes to the budget? All right. We have to vote on one amendment at the time, though, yeah. So you're voting on Mr. Richmond's right now. So this is this is the sheet that's in front of you that is the CAC 335. This is amendment to the cannabis funding, the CAC 335, housing, and you can correct me if I'm reading it wrong. Housing stabilization, 440,000. Workforce services, 170. A ballot inserter for the clerk's office, 260,000. ROE, 200,000, sorry. Food stability, 50,000. Scholarship, 350,000. Is that, I read that correctly? Okay. Yeah, the scholarship, I don't see it. Oh, number 8 is 200,000 to IWA, legal defense for immigrants in legal status. All right. Okay, that's what we're voting on. What's your clarification?
I'd just like to ask that my caucus be willing to take a look at the dollar figures broken down in my amendment before bringing this one forward, and even my colleagues on the other side. Because if this were to pass, we won't have an opportunity to see what the other amendment brought forward would even look like. So and if that doesn't pass, bring this one back forward. Bring Leader Richmond's one back forward.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. We are looking at the 8 items that Mr. Richmond has proposed, and this is what we are voting on currently. We are voting on this currently. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Sorry.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlattman, Ogala, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
12 in the affirmative. 12 in the affirmative. We now need a vote on the amended budget. Oh, yeah, all right. Member Costa.
I believe staff is still working on the actual dollar amounts because I broke it out by a percentage. So I'm just asking folks to be patient.
Are they looking, do they have something in front of them though?
They do.
So if that, is there any, okay, while we're getting the actual dollar amount, is there any discussion on that amended item? Member Trinier, or I'm sorry, Member Butler?
We're talking about the percentages,
She's getting that.
and she's offered percentages for each one of these.
Got dollar amounts now, thank you.
She's going to hand him dollars amount.
And this can be distributed. Apologies in advance for the scrapped handwriting of both mine and staff's as this comes around. My amendment is to
Come to
allocate the cannabis tax fund for education at $470,000,
Can I get a copy?
for housing at $470,000, for youth services at $117,500, for food stability at $117,500, for immigration legal services at $235,000, and workforce services at $235,000, with unallocated funds at 1.610, which brings us to the total of 2.35 million.
Yes, sir. Hold on, let me get you on there. Thank you.
It's my understanding that we just voted on that particular agenda item after we had made an amendment to it. It had passed, and now we are going to make an amendment to the agenda item that already passed. I guess that's a question for the state's attorney. Can we amend an amendment of a agenda item that is already passed?
We have one attorney.
No, you did not pass the budget. You passed an amendment to the budget. You did not take the vote.
To pass it, hold on.
Can we?
Yes,
So we have to vote on it as amended still.
correct. You've never called that yet. The call as amended, there was another motion made to amend what was out there. You can amend this a number of times until you get to the final.
So member Costa right now is doing an amendment to the amendment that just passed.
Correct.
Not, well,
Well, it's the second amendment, but would amend
The
the
budget.
original motion. Or the
Understood.
original figures.
Thank you for your clarity.
all right. So any discussion on, we're just going to call it Member Costa's proposal. So please press your button if you have questions on Member Costa's proposal. Member Oxley, then Trinier.
Thank you. We're all going back and forth on tripping over little pennies. What's the easiest way to get the yes here? How are we going to get the yes? We can sit here and make motions and seconds and votes all day. You want us to order dinner or you want to talk about it and get it done?
Member Trinier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I am in
Balich? Oxley? Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? No. Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
With 12 in the negative, the motion fails. Right. I'm waiting for him.
Correct.
Member Dean Schlauer made a motion to approve the budget as amended.
Yes, ma'am.
Member Butler seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Or I'm sorry, discussion.
Yes, I just want to clarify that we are voting on the budget as presented in our handout, and the only changes that have been proposed is for the cannabis money, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yep.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Member Trenier?
No, there's a whole packet of changes in here, and those would be included when we vote on the budget as amended, unless I'm mistaken. And those numbers that are in here reflect a 1.75 tax levy. I just want to be clear about what each side, each member is voting for. The only change at this point is the amount of money being spent in cannabis. Everything else,
Is correct. Member O'Gala? Correct. You are correct with this. You are correct with that, but Member O'Gala?
So while she's correct with that, the levy drives the budget. So what we levy is what determines the budget can be. And just like a levy, it happens every year, we levy for a certain dollar amount. And more often than not, we receive more funds than we levied for. And then those dollars get absorbed into the budget. So that's what happens. So yes, but the levy drives the budget.
All right. So we've had a motion and a second. You have a comment there, sir? I'm sorry. No, all right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond?
You're voting on as amended on the budget. No, on the budget, yes, on the budget, yes. Yeah, yes. Okay, yes, on the yep, Okay, thank you.
Williams? Dean Schlottman? O'Gala? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley? Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
2 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Member Newquist.
Okay.
Sarah Newquist.
Number 4, Resolution 25-312, the corporate fund levy as presented, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Hickey. Member Richmond.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend the corporate fund levy in the amount of $106,036,044.
Second O'Gala.
Repeat that one more time, sir. Thank you.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to amend the corporate fund levy, Fund 1010, in the amount of $106,036,044.
Oh, he stole it from you. He took it from you. Motion by Richmond, seconded by Butler. Any discussion? Go ahead. I'm
you
just gonna
go.
keep you on. Say it one more.
Jack, there you go.
106.
106 million, $36,044.
Yeah, sorry. Any discussion? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, oh. Member Hickey?
Okay, what are we cutting to get to this number?
I don't know. Do you have any, response to that, sir? Or Member Gala, would you like to? Oh,
I've been told I'm not in charge of day-to-day operations, so I think our role is to put the levy forward. And the last thing you want me to do is be the one that tells you what to cut. I think everybody in their departments, you've told me before that the elected officials are the ones that know their budgets the best. You know your budget's the best. So I think, and if you look at this, it's, $2 million or so. If I was making $160 million and I was told I got to cut $3 million, let's bring that down to the micro level. So I'm making $160,000 as a employee or as a business owner, and I get told at the end of the quarter I have to figure out how to cut $3,000 out of my budget. That's kind of easy to do. So I don't know. I just kind of am looking at it from a micro perspective. Is there has to be some areas where we can actually do some trimming. If not, probably Harvard Business School and Yale Business School want to race here and look at our efficiencies and our effectiveness, because they could probably write some great business cases. So that's my answer.
we need some clear from our council here. Thank you. Oh, it's not on, sorry. There you go. I hit Sherry instead.
So I just want to inform all the members what is happening here. Member Richmond, you're correct that once the budget is passed, the elected officials and departments manage their own funds, but you set what funds we can spend. So if there is an incongruency between what the budget is and what your revenue is, you're going to have a shortfall. By passing the budget, you've authorized all of these departments to spend the funds that were in there. There's been no cuts, to my knowledge, to a line with a 0% levy. So you're going to have a situation where at some point, the monies are going to be different, and we're looking at, then we're going to have to find revenue, whether that's tax anticipation warrants, whether that's bonding. You've already authorized under number 3, all of these elected officials to spend at I believe the 1.75 levy that came out of finance last week. So you're going to have an incongruency.
All right, we're clarifications here. Member Van Dyne, Speaker Van Dyne, we'll start, then we'll start going around here.
So with that being said, from the state's attorney, I think it may be premature to vote line item by line item until we make sure that all the figures will add up to the total budget. I can't guarantee that passing this, that it will all add up. Am I correct?
Yeah, I am not the finance guy, but what I can say is that you authorized the sheriff under the budget to spend a certain amount of money. You authorized our office, you spent, at the end of the day, the budget has to be balanced somehow. If, for instance, the recorder has, $1 million to spend on something and there's no money, you have a problem. The levy is not, just saying we're not going to fund it enough you can't have an unbalanced budget.
All right. Member Balich.
Yeah, I'm listening to all this conversation, and it sounds like a bunch of baloney to me, because Mr. State's Attorney, you're wrong again, because in the past, we would just vote on a percentage, and then the staff would have to figure it all out where the money goes. How are we supposed to know every intricate detail for all the different departments? It's ridiculous. So we know that. So in order to have a big fight for another 3 hours, we're going to end up with the same result, or we're not going to end up with any budget. Then we won't get any money at all. So that would be worse, right? Because we'll end up with a stalemate or a veto from, and I don't think the county executive would do that, but If that happens, there's no budget. There's no levy. There's nothing. There's a budget, but no levy. No money to pay for this stuff. So let's really think about this. You're telling us, go find where we're going to cut. The answer to that is no. The staff finds where to cut. They know where to cut, not us. And if it's up to me, I'd be cutting the health department by a ton because the 708 board gives them all that $5 million. And then they get more money everywhere else. I like the health department, but good God, how much money are we going to spend? So I'm going to shut my mouth because if I was me, we'd be cutting 10% out of every line item. We wouldn't even have to worry about none of this stuff.
Member Ogala.
Thank you. So in years past, we did exactly what we've done today. We have made a motion to amend what we're going to spend in the levy. And in doing that, the budget will be changed to reflect that. The budget is a guideline. So we're guessing we're going to get this much money in. We may not get that money in, and then it gets adjusted. We adjust the budget lines every single year, and we wrap up things at the beginning of next year. You'll see we'll make motions to move things within everybody's budget. What happens to us is we are given a budget book without any information, and we are asked to blindly vote for it. We have absolutely no idea what the details. We sat down and had an entire list of things to cut when we looked at prior years, and then we looked at what it's budgeted this year, but we have no guidelines on that. We're not given those guidelines. Staff knows the guidelines. They've worked with it. I'm assuming the executive knows, perhaps the speaker knows. I don't know that, but we don't know that. We're given this big book, which is on Jim's desk there, and we're asked to vote for it. And that is changing from what's presented here. That's changed here. So it changes. So the budget is a guideline. The levy is the true amount that we're going to levy for. And like I said, what do we do when we have extra money that comes in, which happens almost every year? We levy a certain amount of money and we get more money in. That just gets in. Where does it go? Who spends it? I don't know. Maybe it goes into the cash reserves. Maybe it goes there. I don't know. I do know also that our cash reserves were supposed to keep at a certain level, and at no time during any finance meeting did we have a discussion of how much money is in the cash reserves. And we are over that 26%. That is what we've set as a standard to have as a safety net for in case something happens. We're over that. We never ever brought that up at one point in time ever during the discussion of any finance meeting. Yet that's the fact. So we are overbalanced in our cash reserves. That maybe we need to refund that to our residents. So there's never a full open conversation about the budget. There's never a full open compromise about the budget. It's just, here it is, vote on it. We've made the amendments to the cannabis to the way that the group approved. We kept the opioid as presented because everyone felt that was a good use of those dollars to those particular organizations. We have often in the past given dollars to specific groups via cannabis based upon the right way we can allocate the cannabis dollars. We have done all that. We will pass the levy that will then have the budget will have to be reflective of it. And that is something, it's just a guideline and it can change.
Member Butler.
Man, whenever we try to do this stuff, I feel like you guys are always one step ahead. It's always trying to figure this stuff out. So my question for the state's attorney.
We have to be that way.
Well, it's hard because, you know, as Member Ogala said, we're kind of kept in the dark about a lot. So I hear what you're saying, that we have there's a requirement that we fulfill our obligations that we made. But there's many things in the budget that we are not obligated to pay for. So people can use, or the executive, for instance, could use some of that money to cover our obligations. Is that correct?
You're saying, are there things that you're not legally required to do that we could pull from other funds to address those?
Yes.
Well, I don't know where that would
Well, you
come
don't
from.
have to know.
Well, what
Uh,
I'm saying is, if you let me finish, if say the coroner's doing something that they're not obligated to do, but that money has been obligated, and they're within their budget, and the state's attorney has a $2 million shortfall, we can't force the coroner to give that money to the state's attorney.
That is correct. I understand that. But for instance, let's just say the executive had a couple $100,000 that she just was going to decide to give to the townships to pay for Access Will County without the board, saying yes or no to. Could she use that money that she had not allocated for that beforehand, but instead of using it there, couldn't she use it to pay off those other obligations?
That is a very specific question as to the, like Access Will County. There are grant obligations. There are other things we might have to have.
I just laid out all the parameters on that. It was extra money and they were able to throw it at it without any prior approval or any direction from the county board. There's extra money and they could just decide to just say, we're going to give all the Republican townships down south free busing, okay? Instead of doing that, could they have used that money to pay off some of our obligations?
And what I'm telling you is,
I know what you're telling me.
It's not a straight answer
You're
because
stipulating that we have obligations and that if we don't fulfill them, that we could be in trouble. But you're not allowing us to have any access to any other funds where we could take away from copy paper or take away from me or whatever it is. I'm trying to be specific because I'm just trying to let everybody know that there are other ways to meet those obligations other than, having to change and go back and allocate all that certain money to each budget.
correct. If within my budget at the state's attorney's office, for instance, we don't need new computers one year, but all of a sudden printing costs went through the roof, we can reallocate that within our budget. If we don't have the budget allocated, or if there's no revenue to cover those things, then we're left with an unbalanced budget. You've obligated the county, or you've given the authority to the elected officials to spend a certain amount, but you've said we're not bringing that in property taxes. So you have an incongruency there that will have to be made up some other way because the elected officials have the authority to spend that money.
So are you telling us that the only way that we can not tax the people with an extra levy is go back and change the budget?
Yes, you
Is
have
that
an
it?
obligation to change the budget
Okay, so then
and to pass a budget.
whatever it takes to do that today, that's what we will do. So I would recommend that we make a motion to reconsider. I would like to make a motion to reconsider. I was on the winning side of that vote. We'll go back to that old vote and we'll just hash this out. I think we could go pretty quick. Give us about 10 minutes to review our documents and see if we can't come up with some cuts for you.
Second. But you can't meet more than, you can't meet as a group to talk about this. This is our only concern right now. And again, folks, I can appreciate everyone's frustration. We do have finance committees and we have opportunity to talk. I am with you with your frustration here, Mr. Butler. And it's unfortunate it comes to this, but we can't let you meet because it will violate Open Meetings Act. Yeah.
Take it back to the floor.
Yeah.
What? Take it to the floor.
Two or more. Two or less.
Yeah,
Yeah.
take it to the floor.
If you want an amendment to start talking and making cuts on the floor, that's, you can do that. So that's what you were asking. That is what I'm hearing you?
Yeah, I would like to, I know that.
So turn your lights up. This is a different now thing. Okay, so make your, oh, sorry, you're on still. Make your amendment.
Motion to reconsider for that vote for the budget so that we can make the proper cuts to keep the tax levy at zero. So being on the winning side of that, we could do that.
Okay, well, I am listening to the attorneys, despite what, I am listening to the attorneys on this. We're in new territory here, folks. All right, what? Yeah. Okay, that's true. Go ahead. You're on, no, you're not on, sorry.
So you can go back and make the motion to reconsider. It was just brought to my attention. We have a pending amendment on the floor. So if we want to withdraw that for the time being or deal with it, you're still on the levy with an amendment. So you have to do that before we go back to a motion to reconsider. That's the will of the board.
So we'll move forward. So you would have to at this time, unless we're either going to have
Yeah,
Mr. Richmond.
I mean, if the state's attorney's telling us that we cannot do this, then we will have to make a motion to reconsider.
Right, but what we're saying is we're in the middle of this vote right now, so yeah, so just, you need to, can you rescind your motion? You can bring it back, or he can,
Yeah.
or Mr. Richmond can rescind.
Well, we could vote on this one and we can rescind afterwards and we'll go through that
Okay, clarification, Mr.
or reconsider.
I just want to clarify what I'm saying is you certainly can do this, but we're going to have to find other revenue streams then. You're shorting the property tax portion. There will have to be some other way to pay for these other funds, whether it be tax anticipation warrants, whether it be bonding. So you're able to do this, but now you'll have to have other conversations about how to fund these things.
Okay.
All right, so we're in the middle of are you gonna, yeah.
So you want to take the vote and then go back to reconsider that one and then we'll do that.
So are you rescinding your motion?
Yes, I will reset. Sorry.
All right, so we are still in we have a lot of speakers for this, for Mr. You're in order here. You're in order, and you are next. Well, actually, let's see. What do we have here? You are next. Member Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I don't have any problem supporting this corporate tax levy reduction as long as we have an additional amendment to go along with it stating that the shortage will be made up by the reserves. Because we already passed a budget at a 1.75% levy. It doesn't have a lot of fat in it. We could sit here until 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, going line item by line item, maybe longer than 6 or 7. I do feel we have some extra money in our reserves, and I think that might be the prudent way to move along much quicker. Take the money out of the reserves, and it would be 2 million, whatever the difference is between the proposed levy and the amended proposed levy. And if the other side can agree to that, we can certainly save a lot of time and move along, and they still get their 0%. And we still get the funds to approve the expenditures that they just approved.
Member Revis.
Okay, thank you, Madam Executive. I got a couple things that I want to work through here.
I'm just trying to make.
If you don't mind, stick with me because I think a lot of the confusion comes because we're having side conversations and not listening to what goes on the floor. No, I think that's a big part of this because.
All right, let's just focus.
when-
Let's talk.
When Member Trainier asked right after we did not successfully vote on Member Costa's amendment, she said, but this does not reflect 1.75% in cuts, and it just addresses the amendments with the cannabis change. The attorney and the decision makers up at the dais said, yes, that's correct, full well knowing that our intent was to adjust that budget to accurately reflect it. Your answer made it seem as though, no, that's what's addressed in number 4. So then everybody got off that topic, moved on to number 4, thinking that's when that business got done. Now, yes, there's some onus on us. We should know that. But our full intent was to reduce the levy and have that reduction reflected in the budget. We didn't just want to shoot along like, yep, oh, let's have intentional confusion so they don't get what they want. We saw it again when we had to make a motion to vote on the amendment. We needed to make a motion to vote on it as amendment. Dead silence from up there, almost waiting for someone on the floor not to say it or not. That's what you guys were doing. It's weaponized. It's weaponized incompetence or intentional incompetence to get what you guys want. It's like how I mentioned on my WJOL interview this morning, talking about the budget, how there's our own little language that we use to talk about these things that's intentionally confusing. It's intentionally difficult for the public to follow along with. We're being very clear on our side with what we want. We want a 0% levy increase. We want a budget that reflects it along with the changes to the cannabis. So I know right now we're hung up on the fact that our corporate levy and then the budget but the annual budget and the appropriation ordinance don't match, but we've decided that we're going to vote on this levy first, have our 0% reflected, and then we're going to go back and reconsider item number 3, because we were intentionally misled by the chair of the meeting. So,
Okay, I'm going to take offense to it because I don't know how I intentionally misled you. I mean, please, please, okay? I'm going to be very clear here, all right? And again, I am trying to stay patient and calm and let people think through these things, okay? I don't know what people understand or don't understand regarding this process. I am not making any assumptions. I'm assuming we do, okay? So I don't like accusations. Again, it becomes frustrating for me because this is very touchy. It's very sensitive. Everyone has ideas. There is a way to avoid all this, and it doesn't seem to been wanting to happen lately. I am always an open ear, always. I think people who work with me know that. So I don't want accusations here. I don't know what people understand and do not. And I would hope if you don't, you ask. Okay, that is your responsibility. I know. Okay, and then please, okay, and I need that asked then, okay, and that's why they're here. I need people to ask, you have to ask questions. This is the appropriation is your responsibility, and I agree with you. I expect there to be intense conversations over these. It just shouldn't happen here. It should happen from August when it's presented to this point. And again, if you guys need as a body to change the way you do it and bring people in and talk to them, you should absolutely do it. I would encourage it. I would encourage that. So with that, I am just trying to keep it at a pace that everyone is understanding. So it's slow and not getting too rattled. So do you have anything else to say, Mr. Revis? I'm going to move on to the next. Okay, then finish your thought there because. All right, you're on. I think you're on. No, you're not on.
I do appreciate that, but we know how it works in government. We're all trying to get our way, and sometimes we're willing to not answer someone else's question in order to get our way in the end. And I feel like that's a little bit with what's happened, because our side was very clear with what we were looking for, and instead of, giving the grace to allow us to accurately work through it, we were rushed along into the next agenda item, and then we go back and say, oh, you've already passed it. You guys just passed it. Remember that 10 seconds ago? And so now that's the hindrance, so we have to go back and reconsider the vote. We should have just allowed it to happen because we have the votes on our side. We've showed that a couple times instead of this weaponized confusion.
All right, Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So in the past, previous years, and this is before you joined us, Kevin, this was quite often a contentious vote. We came here the day of the full county board meeting to approve the levy, and one caucus would want 4%, and we would have to bring it down to 2%. This has happened year after year after year. The change has been made on the floor. The vote is taken. We've been able to fight taking full CPI several years and successfully brought that levy down. After that occurred during the full county board meeting, the levy was set, the meeting ended, the county executive took that money and she opened up that budget book, I'm sure, and made it work. Made it work. Because that levy rate has been changed on the floor in multiple years, practically every year that I can remember. I don't remember one year that there hasn't been a fight between the caucuses where one caucus wants full CPI taxed to the max, and then the Republican caucus says no. This has happened every year. So we have the ability to take this vote. We have this ability to go forward with this motion. And I would like to call the question.
Well, unfortunately, you talked first. You can't do that. You don't get to get your, so a couple things too. It is in the past, as you say, again, we have not taxed to the max since I have been here. Second thing is when they have changed the levy, it also comes with changes to the budget. It comes with changes to the budget to match the levy. So yes, you are absolutely right that there's always debate on this floor, but it comes with changes to the budget so they match each other. So just for clarifications, we are moving on. Who do we have next? We have member Newquist and Logan.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to remind everyone that we held numerous special finance meetings where I invited in all of the department heads to come and speak to us about their budget needs. So we did have the opportunity to ask questions. If you did not take advantage of them, I am sorry, but that you were given the opportunity. Second of all, I want to comment on Member Trainier's comment about the reserves. We have to be very careful about that. Using our reserves for operating expenses could cause our credit rating to drop, and that could ultimately cost us more money in the long run. And third of all, I just want to clarify that the rate proposed for the levy, or the amount proposed for the levy, for the corporate levy is 0% plus new construction or without new construction? I've lost track at this point.
Provided a number, so I don't. A
Thank
number
you.
was provided, so
If
you,
someone could clarify that before we vote, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Richmond, since you provided the number, what can you?
So in working with Rashawn, it is zero levy with new construction.
Thank you.
Now, can I address a revenue question? Or you tell me when I can?
I'm trying to go down the line here.
Oh,
People press, so yeah, okay, but yeah. So if you're on, so we'll just,
All right.
yeah, go ahead.
So everybody's concerned about revenue. I've mentioned this multiple times before. We've got two areas where we can generate revenue, where the RNG plant has consistently lost $2.5 million. Now, I think with a hope and a prayer this year, they might break even, or at least, I mean, that was what was indicated. I've heard people say that the RNG plant is making millions of dollars. There's a difference between a revenue stream of $1 million and a loss of $2.5 million. It's called gross and net. So at the end of the day, if we can get the RNG plant to even generate $1 million, which doesn't seem like a big ask, there we've just found $1 million. So we've gone now from, let's call it, 2.8 down to 1.8. If we take and look at Sunny Hill, Sunny Hill is another thing. We're in a private sector business as a government entity. Sunny Hill, we've talked about this before, is the fact that Jennifer, you and I agreed it needs to be looked at, and we need to figure out how to do the best we can so it's not taxpayer subsidized to the degree it is. $3+ million plus we're putting a new roof on their facility. These are all costs that the taxpayer is bearing the burden of. So if we can get Sunny Hill, based on my math, if I'm even halfway correct, if we can increase the rate per bed by $17.45 per day, that's another $1 million. So based on my math, if we can come up with those $2 million, we're now only short about $800,000. I'm sure in a $160 million budget, we can find $800,000. I know Leader Van Dyne the other day said that he could come up with $50,000 in the county board budget. So, I mean, you know what, right there, we're 1/14 of the way there, just in our small department. So I think in all these other departments, we can actually get close to this number without Kevin having to go to, what you call it, revenue bonds and all this other, intricate stuff. I think if we focus on the business at hand, we can get to those numbers. That's not a big deal, or at least I wouldn't consider it. So.
Thank you. Member Logan.
I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question, seconded by Mitchell. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, sorry. There's no
Richmond,
discussion, yeah. We are calling the question. We are just calling the question. Yeah, we're calling the question. Call the question.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlettman? Ogalla? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley? Brooks?
No.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
I lost by 13. Really? All right. 12 in the affirmative, the motion fails. We are moving on to Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you once again. I just want to have a clarification and then an offer. It has been stated before, and from myself and other members, I definitely want to remind everybody that this process did not start today. There was an open door policy from the county executive and also the speaker of the board, myself, for any ideas coming forward on any type of cuts, any type of levy adjustments, and there were crickets. The finance committee decided that a 0% was viable. Continually asked, where are the cuts going to be made? Never heard anything. Now we're being provided some numbers. It's very confusing for everybody, but I just want everybody to know that the offer has always been on the table. The budget book was passed out months ago. The information was there. So to say that people were kept in the dark is an absolutely false statement. My offer here is, I believe that both sides of the aisle already know exactly where they're going to vote. I think we should just try to save our comments, save time and energy, and go ahead and make your amendment. Either vote it yes or no, and then let's go through the levy and without comments and vote how your conscience will guide you. I think there's a lot of grandstanding and we already know where we're going to vote. So let's just do it. Thank you.
We are now on Member Butler. We're going through second times now.
So I'm reflecting back on what Jackie said, which, I don't always agree with her, but I like the suggestion. So there is one fund that could help meet our obligations, and that's cash reserves. Is that correct?
That is one way to pay for.
So that is one big fund, huge, in fact. It has been drawn upon before. Sometimes these comments come at just the time that they almost seem disingenuous. So I'm sorry if I get angry, but that is a huge fund. That solves everything right there. I don't think there's any need to reconsider after that. They can dip into that.
Again, saying things are disingenuous is disturbing because the county board's most important job is the budget. You have that book. And again, I know it's not everyone's forte, but those numbers are all in the budget book that you've had since July. So again, let's stop with what you're basically saying to us is, I didn't look at it. I don't know. And so I'm trying to, yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
What I'm saying is that was an obvious place where money could come from.
Okay, that's
And
what
when
he has to say
it's
then.
said that we're going to be in jeopardy, like we have legal obligations to meet this, so you guys already passed it, you don't have to say any of that because we know that there is cash reserves and it can be taken there. It was offered and it was meant, in my opinion, it was deflecting the conversation. So I just want to move on with this vote, and I want to rest assured, everyone to rest assured that these extra costs can be covered and we will not be in jeopardy because I think what is there, 30 million or how many millions in reserves, and we're only talking about a few. So I'm very comfortable with this decision and absolutely no reason to move on and reconsider that previous vote.
Thank you. Member Oxley. Oh, sorry.
Still green. There we go.
There, sorry.
Thank you. First, to make an educated decision, how much money is in the reserves right now?
Rashawn or Marcy, do you have that number? You want to? She's gonna get you a lot.
Okay, and along that
Up
line,
to a minute.
while we're waiting for that, and also, and then what percentage do we, I don't want to say required or have to, what percentage do we normally keep in reserves?
I believe it's right around 25.
25.
What I'm,
Okay. That way we can make a rational decision on, are we going to make a motion to take money from reserves where our cuts? Secondly, a place to cut budget. How much do we fund the RTA with?
we fund the RTA?
Do we fund the RTA or how does that work?
We do not fund the RTA.
Okay. What? Okay, yeah,
We get funding from the RTA.
okay.
Anything else, sir? Okay, we're gonna move on. Do you have anything else, sir?
I'm just waiting for the
Okay,
response.
well, do you want us to
Yeah,
wait
go
or
ahead
do you
and
want us, we
No,
will
no,
circle
go ahead
back?
and move on.
Okay. Do you want us to wait? Or you want us to move on? We okay moving on? All right. We'll come back to you when Rashawn comes back. Member Ballage.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. Everybody's saying that there's been crickets and nobody talking about the budget. Since day one, go back into like August, I've been saying I want a 10% cut in every line item.
You are.
I've been saying it at every finance meeting. I have the Public Works and Transportation, I say it. I've said it, I can't tell you how many times I've said, I want to see a 10% cut in every line item. So then on my caucus, they're telling me, well, you got to say a dollar amount. We never had to say a dollar amount in the past, never. We just cut it by 1%. That was it. And then we never had this situation where we have to go back to the budget and reconsider. We just said we voted for this levy and then the staff found the money. That's how it's been all. You can shake your head, you're wrong again. And I don't want to get mad and yell at stuff, but I'm just trying to point this out. It's been the same way all the time. Jennifer's been executive last year, right? And it was changed. And we didn't go back to reconsider. The year before that, when it was changed, and then we didn't go back to reconsider. This is the first time we had to go back and reconsider the budget based off the levy.
Yeah.
It never happened,
Correct.
ever.
You've never had to reconsider because you had made, as was pointed out by multiple members of the county executive, you had made those changes on both sides, both revenue and expenditure. This is the first time that this has happened where you're out of line. You make
No,
changes.
we've done that.
You make
We've
changes
done that
every year.
numerous
If you
times.
go back and look at your own, if you look at your own levy ordinance every year, there are dollar amounts. The budget is a dollar amount. They're not percentages.
I can tell you a real good example because it bothered me for a number of years. We were voting, this is probably about 5 years ago or 6 years ago. There was two people from the Democrat side that voted with the Republicans to lower the taxes, but it would only go down a little. We started off with one percentage, and then we would go down to a different percentage, and it ended up that we voted for it because our leader said that this is the best we're going to get. So we all agreed to vote for a lower levy, but it wasn't as low as I wanted. But we all agreed to it because it was the best we could get. So there was no going back and saying, well, we have to change the budget. They just did it. And that was, and no one screamed about it. And the state's attorneys were all here. We had Mary. And now you're coming in and you're changing the rules. And then I agree with Revis, I don't like how when you guys, we talked about the budget. And then we basically asked the question whether or not the budget's going to have an impact on the levy. And the impression, I'm not saying when I'm interpreting your words, it sounds like it's no problem. You vote for the levy, that's a different thing. Well, if you would have said, if you vote for the budget, it's got to match the levy 100%. You can't go backwards. We would have, that's more understandable. But what you said was that we can't do it after everybody thought on our side, everybody had the impression that the levy was completely separate. And then you'd move back. If we voted for the levy like we're probably going to do now, I don't see the vote changing. Joe's 100% right. We can sit here till midnight and the vote's not going to change. So, I don't understand why, you're saying things that was never said before. And I've been on the board 14 years.
I will say you can go back and look at every levy. It's a dollar amount. It is not a percentage amount. The law requires you to set a dollar amount. The truth in taxation, the PTEL and all those things we dealt with last year are estimates. Those are percentages. If you're using the percentage as a shorthand to understand what those dollars are, I can't help that. The only reason I spoke up is as your legal counsel to let you know what you might be walking into. I'm not pushing for anything. I'm here to advise you. So to accuse me of having any motive or anything, I'm here to try to help you.
Member Ogala.
Thank you. So if we begin and go back.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Sean didn't get up there. She's
Yeah, I'm
excited to
sorry. I
speak.
did, I know, Mr. Oxley reminded me that we have a unanswered question here.
Yes. To answer your question, Member Oxley, so at this point in time, we have 94.8 million, which is currently above the 25% targeted threshold for our cash reserves.
Joe just asked us just to call it.
Go ahead. Oh, you're not on, sorry.
Again. So basically, we have 94 million, so we should have 25 million in reserves.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
At this point in time, we have 94.8 million, which is above the 25% targeted.
What is the 24% target?
So it's currently at 33%. That's where we are now.
What's the number? I don't want to do percentages.
Please give you.
So I would have to do the numbers on that.
Okay. Round down, if you would, please. You're better at it than I am.
I don't want to throw out any numbers, so I would prefer to.
I'm trying to get to a point here of let's make a deal and let's get this done. Now, while Frankie's figuring it, Joe, you and I talked on the phone. I believe it was last Tuesday, the day before the Finance Committee meeting at 1:30 in the afternoon. And we talked about things and we did have a conversation about where we're going and what can we do. And the conversation was about the budget and where we could go and was new construction on the table. I think we had that conversation, right? And don't worry about throwing me under the bus because I just want to be transparent here. You and I had that conversation last week. Yes or no is the answer.
Exactly repeat your question, Dave, because I'm
It's not
sorry.
a question, it's a comment. There was no
Okay.
question involved.
All
But
right.
I'm tired of playing on words here today. We could talk for hours. But my point is to say that has been no conversation. We had this conversation on Tuesday, and I don't have the date, before the last Finance Committee meeting. You called me at about 1:25 in the afternoon. We talked for 20 minutes about this. Yes.
yes,
So-
that is
So
correct.
there has been conversation about the budget from side to side. Thank you.
Yeah, very minimal.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sean, I'm sorry. Did somebody come to a point, a number?
No.
No. What number, what are you exactly asking? And well, we'll go down and have her see if she can figure out quickly.
All right, the
So
question
let
is,
let me just clarify that we take our cash reserves balance at a snapshot at a point in time. And at this point in time, that's what our cash reserve balance is, which is a little over the 25% targeted balance. Keep in mind that we have 6 months to get through till the new fiscal year until we receive our tax
Levies. or
levy
monies, yeah.
distribution. So that has to carry the corporate fund for all of our financial obligations until then.
So 10 is 9, 18, 27. So we should have about approximately 30 million in reserves.
I don't want to throw out a number. I would prefer to calculate that.
More than what we quote unquote require.
And
I mean, I'm
the
looking for an answer.
percentage is calculated based on our upcoming budgeted number.
I don't have a calculator with me. I'm at a loss. I'm just trying to figure out, do we have $3 million in extra in reserves or don't we? Is the answer, question. Then let's make a deal and move on. I say we make a deal here, take some money out of reserves, cut some budgets here and there and move on. Or we're gonna sit here all night. I'll order dinner for everybody.
I don't know. Yeah. All right. Going back to Member Ogalla.
I was on and now I'm back. I'm on now. So the clear message of what we were looking for was given last month when we passed the estimated levy. We passed the estimated levy at 0. Okay, that was 0. Between that time and this time, there's been no compromise on making any changes to the budget. But I am sitting on the board. This is my 13th year. And we have always, at this point in time, made a motion when we come to the budget, say make a motion to take in the budget at 1% and CPI, whatever the numbers have been over the course of time. Today, you stopped Leader Richmond from making that motion and said, no, we're not voting on that now. He was going to make a motion for that. When we've done that motion, you can turn your light on all you want. I've been here. I've sat here. We've made the motion. We've passed that. We had the votes to make that change. Staff then made the cuts appropriately because we cannot make cuts to the great detail of everything. We do not know all the details behind the, I want to look here at office supplies for the circuit court clerk of $12,000. I don't know what she needs. I was never provided with that detailed information. So I can't do that. Back in 25, she was given 7,000. So there's like about a not quite $5,000 increase. Why? I don't know why. I could go through the budget line item by line item and cut and make it match to do that. But that's not my job. My job is to pass a levy. We've done this every year. You stopped Mr. Richmond from making the motion. Yes, you did. You said it's not time. We can rewind in WebEx and we will find that you stopped him from making the motion to amend the budget to 0 and new construction.
Member Ogalla, can you
And
just calm down?
you know what?
I
It's-
get it.
But he did that. He did that. Leader Richmond made the motion to do that. You told him this wasn't the time to do that, that he can only amend the budget, and he amended then cannabis. So when would be the time to amend it then? So then he's doing a corporate levy. It doesn't matter if we do it after cannabis, before cannabis, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've done that and staff has been the one to do the cuts. We just did this at Forest Preserve. Yet our attorney there said, you guys don't have to worry about the cuts. Staff will find that. We've never come forward ever. Look through the notes that we have in minutes. We have never, ever, ever, ever come up with what the cuts would be, ever, since I've been here. Prior to my time, I don't know. That's the problem that's here today. That is the problem. And we did give the indication what we were looking for because we did a 0 levy increase for estimated levy that got passed last month.
All right. Member Borkowitz.
Thank you. I have a question for Rashawn for the cash reserves. She said that 94.8 million is in our cash reserves. I'd like to know how much interest we make on those funds and where it goes.
I'm asking a question. I expect an answer. Somebody needs to give us the information.
That's a great question.
And if the treasurer's here, he can tell us where they're kept.
The treasurer doesn't do the budget.
Well,
No, she's coming, she's coming.
but he would know where they're kept, right? What fund?
Not necessarily. Oh, you guys, yeah.
Member Berkowitz, to answer your question, we're talking about the corporate fund, so which is our general fund. It does earn interest, however, how it gets dispersed and the portfolio makeup, the treasurer would be able to answer that
I asked
question.
about cash reserves.
Cash reserves is the general fund,
Okay, so it's not you, it's the treasurer.
who would be able to
Okay,
tell you
so-
how those funds are.
So then, okay, he's in the same building. I would expect him to be able to come forward to the podium and give us this information.
I don't know if he's here anymore.
And again, well, then somebody maybe can go get him. Or should I call him and ask him to come
you-
up? How much interest does that get? And where does it go? Where does the interest go?
I can tell you the interest goes into our general fund, which is the corporate fund.
Okay. And then who spends it? Or does it just sit there? It goes into the fund and then what happens?
The treasurer would be able to tell you how those funds are
Okay,
moved
so we
around.
need the treasurer.
I think you have a,
And he's been in all our meetings lately. I've noticed him at committees, sitting in the audience.
yeah, good
So,
question to ask him.
I
He was in the
have.
committee, yeah. Member Butler has a question for you.
But I'm not finished.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, but if somebody else has a question for Rashawn.
I don't get to order the treasurer to be here, so I don't know if we're gonna,
So you're saying
well, he
won't
was here and I
address
don't
us?
know. And again, he
I-
shows up for committee,
I'm
as you
just saying,
mentioned.
I expect him to come to the meeting and
Okay,
answer
well,
this
I can't
question.
make him come. I'm just, so you know, I
He
can't.
doesn't answer to me. The treasurer does answer to the Will County Board. The treasurer answers to the people of Will, let me finish. He directed a comment to my back. Now, we were told we're not supposed to address each other. The comment was made that the treasurer does not answer to me. No, the treasurer answers to the people of Will
Yes.
County.
Yes.
The people of Will County elect us to represent them.
Yes.
So
I
am
can't
a
dir-
sum of
I
all
can't
those
direct the
people, and
treasurer to
I've
get-
asked a question and I insist that the treasurer come to the meeting and answer these two questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And then
Member
I have,
Butler
I
has a-
have recommendations, but I'll leave it to Rashawn so other people can ask questions. If you would please come back to me. Thank you.
Well, okay, what, you have questions of Rashawn?
No, but
Okay.
I have questions regarding the budget.
Well, you're on right now, so go ahead and ask your questions
Okay.
regarding the budget, and then Rashawn, just stay close.
Okay. So if people are insistent, we have to find cuts. Again, I have recommended this in many, many meetings, several meetings, finance. I have said, we can take from this point on, take the funds that come into the opioid fund and the cannabis fund, and we can make sure that those funds offset our mental health and our drug needs within the county. We have specific things in our budget that those funds can offset. We can take those two funds. We can also, $1 million for a Will County needs assessment. I think that is an incredible amount of money. $1 million. That to me is astronomical. That is under your capital improvement fund. I think that's excessive. So there's $1 million right there. The recorder's property. Okay, back when we talked about the capital plan many years back, consolidation, we spoke about consolidating properties. That office could be consolidated to the VAC building. We've got an empty floor. I was told the files are too heavy. You have to be on the first floor of the basement because the files will fall through the floor. Well, I think that doesn't make much sense to me. So again, I want to go back to facts. That property, we don't have to own that little parcel of land. That department can be consolidated to another property that we own that has empty space. The other thing is if we look at our budget, so our Will County Health Department, when you look at the audit, and if you go to the Will County audit, that giant budget, I don't have my audit book with me, but I have my budget book. But if you go to table 22 in that book, which is page 338, you will see that the audit of the health department, the community health center, the numbers have actually gone down. So in 2015, they had 23,021 visits. 2024, they only had 12,600 visits. That was a decrease of 10,410 visits, a decrease. There was also a decrease in, let's see here. Excuse me, there was an increase in clinical labs, and that I would attribute to the message that we got that HIV is rising in this health department. But the fact is that the number of physician visits, according to our audit, decreased. Now, when you go to our Will County Health, our mental health fund, okay, we gave the health department $3,750,000. We also gave the health department $1 million from cannabis funds. In our budget book, we gave out of capital, the health department, another $187,500. Then in facilities, we gave them $45,000 for countertops. And then we also gave them substance abuse, $700,000. So that was an additional $887,545. Now we can offset this by also taking a look at our cash reserves and reducing it appropriately because it's at 33,000. We can look at those opiate and those cannabis funds, keep it where it's going to benefit the Will County taxpayer directly, because those are the people who spent the money, and that's where we got the tax dollars from. So those are my suggestions. We have plenty of money. And I'll make a motion that we go ahead with those new balances.
You just gave balances, though. I don't know if you provided any cuts. Yeah, I'm not sure we can.
Hold
So,
up on that.
all right, so those are my suggestions, and I still like the answer to my questions.
All right. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I don't. What is your question?
My question is for the treasurer.
Okay. Well,
And
if
the
it-
question is that we have 33% held in cash reserves. The recommended amount is 25%. So we have currently $94.8 million in cash reserves. My two questions is, how much interest does it earn? And where does it go?
All right, your question's been asked and answered. Unfortunately, the treasurer is not here. I don't know if he's, and
And a member of his staff?
I can't.
No one
Yeah,
in his staff?
I don't
can
know.
talk?
I don't know. If you would, while we're continuing, if you'd like to go down and ask him to come up, I think that would be appropriate.
I
if you
don't
want-
think I have to. I need
Okay,
to
I
stay in the
can't either.
meeting, Jennifer.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'd wait for you. I can't either. I cannot force the.
A
treasurer-
staff member? Can a
No,
staff
I'm not-
member?
Yeah. Right. No, we're going to go back and forth. So yeah, I know Mr. Butler would like a question. I'm going to go to Mr. Butler here, please.
Okay,
Hold on.
So
Hold
I-
on. He's been, go ahead.
yes, thank you. So what is historically the lowest amount of money that's been in the cash reserves? Like at any given time? Has it ever fallen to $0?
We can't take out.
Do we
Absolutely not.
So we usually,
We wouldn't be able to operate if it dropped to $0.
would it be fair to say like 25 million is the lowest we've ever dropped to?
I can't give you a specific dollar amount.
Okay.
Our cash reserve policy says that if our cash reserve balance drops below 22%, then the county board can set action to come up with a corrective action plan to bring us back in line.
And what our surplus right now over the 25% is about 23 million? Is that correct?
Again, I don't want to throw out the dollar amount without having the accurate number.
Okay. And then a question for, thank you. A question for the state's attorney. So I don't want to, I'm sorry if I was aggressive before, just, I got excited. So I heard what you had to say and I appreciate your suggestion or your thoughtful suggestion so that we didn't get ourselves in trouble. So is there a legal, I just want to clarify, is there a legal problem with having a conflicting budget with the levy approval because of reporting?
In terms of reporting for what? I mean, we have a lot of reporting on.
Well,
I
you
want to
said in tax reporting to the people, like.
Yeah, well, I was just talking specifically
spending.
about that, like, one of the, I think you brought up the mobility thing is, I wanted to answer that specific question. I don't know about something like that because we might have obligations to the Fed to have matching funds, and then there might be penalties. With regards to the overall levy, the total dollars and cents, there isn't. There's a payment problem.
There's no need to specify or for those two statements to balance out. It's just that if the levy does not produce the amount of money that the approved budget was, we would have to make amendments to our budget to meet our obligations, such as dipping into the cash reserves, if we needed to. So there would be no penalty or no liability to us for that. Is that correct?
Correct. You would either have to make corresponding cuts or find other, as you indicated, cash reserves, whatever.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. You brought that up, so, maybe, I got a little defensive. But I think I'm still comfortable on our motion, our amended motion for the levy. Thank you.
All right, Member Pretzel.
Are all the lights off?
Well, I know, I'm just, because you're a new speaker.
Well,
I try to get everyone at least one time to be
I
able to
feel
talk.
like we're just on a hamster wheel here.
Mhm.
I think what the Republican caucus is saying right now is we want a 0% levy. We're willing to take the remaining balance out of the reserves, which it seems like there is a surplus. Right?
And
Can we vote on that? I'm not calling vote because I just spoke, but like,
Yeah. And,
I don't
and,
even want new construction.
well, I think
But I
Mr.
would vote
Richmond,
on it.
Mr. Richmond's proposal, from what I'm gathering in that number you had, is 0% levy, but includes new construction. Is that correct? Your proposal.
So,
make the motion.
okay.
So, I mean,
so
we
I'm
already have
asking
the motion's already there. I'm
politely
just for
for-
discussion.
Then
Yeah.
let's,
Yeah.
I'm not calling on the vote. I'm asking my caucus to stop asking questions and
Okay.
let's move on.
There you go. All right. So that you did get rid of a lot of them, but Mr. Revis still has one. Are you gonna? Oh, okay.
I am. Thank
All
you.
right.
I was just gonna say that I wasn't necessarily in favor of using the cash reserves. I know a couple months ago, not a couple months ago, maybe last year, I was talking about the need to spend down cash reserves a little bit because how come we get to keep a healthy cash reserve, but the residents at home do not get to keep that same healthy cash reserve? If you look at the numbers, credit card bills are through the roof, personal savings rates is down, and that's not unique to Will County. I know it's happening in my district. So that's kind of my thought on it. I know we need to spend down cash reserves. I don't know if this is the most appropriate way to do it. for the sake of it, I will rescind my comments just so we can move on to the vote.
Right, so everyone's lights are off. We are voting on, we are currently on Mr. Richmond's proposal. He has provided a levy number. It does include, it's a 0, I'm just, for sake of clarification, instead of 0%, which does include new construction. And that is what you are voting on right now. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
No.
Twelve in the affirmative, the motion carries. Speaker Van Dyne.
I'd like to honor Mr. Richmond's request and please ask for a 10-minute recess.
All right. There's a motion and a second to take a 10-minute recess. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. All right. So, Mr. Richmond, I think you have another motion real quick because we took a break before we finalized the last.
So I believe it's going to be a motion to amend. Or approve as amended. I'm sorry.
Motion by Richmond. Is there a previous roll call? Previous by Trinier, seconded by Logan. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. I think, Mr. Richmond, do you want to give your request? Or is that going to, or
So
what we're going to go, we
for
just,
the next,
the rest of the levies?
and now where's my thing at?
You need that?
So moving on to the FICA levy and everything going on after that, I asked for Sean to come up and just address those based on the decisions that we've made today, that they do not impact these next ones that we go through. But this way, coming from staff, everybody can get the information.
Rashawn is going to read off what they are and,
So Rashawn's just going to reiterate
okay.
the fact that none of these change.
So you are, okay, but we're going to vote on each of them individually.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But this, Sean can just be
Okay.
for informative purposes.
Okay. Rashawn, go ahead.
So just for clarification, the levy amount that you see in your packet, so for instance, the FICA levy, the amount that's shown there is not changed, and that will flow for all of the levies before.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
So
You're going through them, each of them though. They just wanted everyone to know that we are keeping them all the same, that the proposal is, they're not making any amendments to those numbers.
okay, so it's only the corporate fund that
Yes,
was amended.
that's-
The rest of these
are
are
staying the same.
standing.
Mhm. All right.
Okay,
So now you just go through them. We're going to go through them each individually. I don't think we should have much discussion, but who knows?
got it. Okay, number 5, resolution 25-313, the FICA levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist. Seconded by Ogala. We're going to do a roll call vote. These are the same.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala?
The FICA hasn't changed.
Pretzel? Yes. Butler? Yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Balich? Yes. Oxley? Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey?
But the
Bullock?
Yeah.
Logan?
Yes.
Freeman? Revis?
Yes.
Mitchell? Yes. Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey?
No.
Costa? Trainier?
Yeah.
Van Dyne?
No.
Wait, why? Explain to me why.
19 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, sorry. Number 6, resolution 25-314, the IMRF levy, and that is at the $14,200,000, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist. Seconded by Ogala. Discussion,
I have a point of clarification. I believe it was already answered for me, but I want to make sure everybody understands me. Each of these following levies is the amount we agreed to last week in the Special Finance Committee meeting, and it does include the appropriate increase. That is my understanding. This will meet our obligations. We are not going to be short in each of these levies.
that is my understanding that is proposed, yes. Mhm. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there a previous, or Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala?
Yes.
Pretzel? Butler? Newquist?
Yes.
Balich? Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
22.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 7, Resolution 25-315, Toward Immunity Fund Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by O'Gala, seconded, or Oxley, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 8, Resolution 25-316, Workers' Comp Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Berkowitz. Previous roll call by Oxley, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 9, Resolution 25-317, the TB Sanitarium Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Berkowitz. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Oxley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 10, Resolution 25-318, the Health Department Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Oxley. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Number 11, Resolution 25-319, the County Highway Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by O'Gala. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Brooks. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Number 12, Resolution 25-320, the County Bridge Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Costa. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Number 13, Resolution 25-321, Federal Aid Matching Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Costa. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 14, Resolution 25-322, Community Mental Health Board Levy, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by O'Gala. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Or any discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Round the roll.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schleppman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Balich. Oxley. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 15, monthly finance reports. We have a couple of them attached to be placed on file, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Freeman. Previous by Trinier, seconded by O'Gala, but Member Berkowitz, would you like to be a yes or no on that one? Okay. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
That'll do it. Our next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for December 2nd, 2025, and hopefully it'll be a short one.
See you before. Public Works and Transportation Committee, please, that is, oh, what?
So my understanding, and again, I was not in any of the meetings that happened afterwards, was that there was some desire to talk about cash reserves. And you're going to want to allocate that as part of your budget. You're not going to do, okay. All right, never mind.
Moving on. I'm drawing a blank here because I usually say who the chair is of public, Chair
Moi.
Trinier. Thank you. They usually have it written here. Sorry. I forget.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Executive. We have several items for a consent agenda today. Letter A, authorizing approval of supplemental professional services agreement for design engineering Phase 2 with A. Epstein and Sons International on the proposed Gauger Road Bridge over the CNN Railroad in County Board District 2. Letter B, authorizing an agreement between the County of Will and Northern Illinois Gas Company doing business as Nicor Gas Company for the reimbursement for relocating facilities for the improvement of Gauger Road over the CNN Railroad, County Board District 2. Letter C, an ordinance authorizing approval of the establishment of an altered speed zone number 705 along Stunkel Road, Green Garden Township, County Board District 3. Letter D, Ordinance authorizing approval of the establishment of an altered speed zone 706 through 711 in the Lincoln Estates subdivision, Frankfurt Township, County Board District 3, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Ogala, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 2, Resolution 25-327, intergovernmental agreement between Central Will Dial-A-Ride and the County of Will, and I so move.
Second, Freeman.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll, okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. No. Williams.
Yes.
Dean Schlettman. Ogala. Pretzel.
No.
Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
No.
Freeman.
Yes.
Revis.
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. I'm sorry. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier.
Yes.
Van Dyne.
Yes.
Wonderful.
13 in the affirmative, motion carries.
Our next Public Works and Transportation meeting is scheduled for December the 2nd at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Health and Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an ordinance 25-328 for approval of the Will County on-site wastewater treatment ordinance revision. I so move.
Motion by Butler, seconded by Revis. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Huxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman.
Yes.
Revis.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Yes. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, our next meeting is December 2nd. Thank you.
Member Ortiz, Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have nothing to bring forward at this time. Our next meeting is scheduled for December 2nd, 2025.
Thank you. Moving on to Capital Improvement, Member Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have nothing to bring forward, and our next Capital Improvement and IT Committee meeting is scheduled for December 2nd.
Thank you. Member Dean Schlottman, Landfill Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. There is nothing to bring forward at this time. The next meeting is scheduled January 13th, 2026.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne, Executive.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We do have quite a few items listed on our consent agenda. Several intergovernmental agreements for the fire departments to use our countywide radio system. Also, an extension of the term Board of Review, authorizing the county executive for an IGA between the County of Will Animal Protection Services, the county setting the payment of the county engineer's salary, designating the American Commercial Bank and Trust as our county depository, trying to authorize a contract for our federal lobbyist, and then several Code of Ordinances amendments. Term of Board of Review. I believe I did say that. So,
did.
and also the extension of term of Board of Review. And that contains everything on the consent agenda, so I will make a motion to approve.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trinier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Appointments by the county executive, resolution 25-3204, approving the county executive appointments to Washington Township Drainage District 3 of Will County. I'll make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by O'Gala. Any discussion? Oh, I said that. Is there previous roll? Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Bell. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Sorry.
Resolution 25-3205, approving county executive appointments to the Emergency Telephone System Board of Will County. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call by Mitchell, seconded by Trenier. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And last on our agenda, resolution 25-3045, approving county executive appointments to the Merit Commission of Will County. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Revis. Previous by Mitchell, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're moving on to public comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county. Is there anyone here who would like to make comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right, moving on. Is there comments by board members? This is the time for the board members to make any comments. 3 minutes. You just pressed and you're on.
I just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you. Member Trenier?
Yes, thank you. I want to read something from the voice of the people. What is a criminal? Are you a criminal? Do you ever speed more than 25 miles an hour over the limit? That's a misdemeanor. Have you ever earned money and not reported it on your taxes? That's tax fraud. You could go to jail. Text and drive, Class A misdemeanor. Ever drink and drive? A misdemeanor and scandalous. Ever walk on someone's private property? That's illegal trespassing with penalties. No lights on your bike at night?
Hey, folks, yeah, like, I know we're at the end, and I guess if you want to go outside and talk, you can, but this is the time that you guys have won on your agenda, so.
Literally a crime. Have you ever tweaked the truth on an insurance claim to get a bigger check? That's insurance fraud. Ever drive with an expired license or plate? Criminal action, my friend. Ever share prescription medication? Illegal distribution. I could go on and on. Point is, we have all violated the letter of the law, and by that standard, technically, we are all criminals. But so many people are quick to judge immigrants as criminals who came into this U.S. unlawfully, and people say they deserve what's coming to them. Did you know their horrible crime is only a misdemeanor? Just like jaywalking or going 26 miles an hour over the speed limit. Immigrants came here to have freedom and a better life, to work and to leave a depressed area, just like most of our grandparents. Do they deserve to be racially profiled, detained, arrested, treated like animals, and then sent to another country, unable to be found? That's just insane. All for a misdemeanor. If federal law enforcement arrested you for the very same level of crime, how fair do you think that would be? Just let it soak in. Let's secure the border. It's been a mess for years, and we all agree that we should send real criminals away. But it's not the mom with the 3 kids at a birthday party, or the grandpa buying groceries, or the lawn guy at work. These are people who have made the tough decision years ago, in many cases, and have lived a good life, and are law-abiding, pay taxes, and help the economy tremendously. Do you think maybe we can have a little bit more compassion and less judgment? Remember, it was the Pharisees who were judgmental and hypocritical about the letter of the law, and it was Christ who lovingly and understandingly forgiving and showed mercy and grace. Which one are you? It's never too late to do the right thing. I'm not a believer of Christ, but I am a believer in this letter that was written by Rocky Ruggiero of Lisle, Illinois, and I thank him for his words.
Thank you. Member Mitchell?
My comments are a little less lofty. I want to say happy Thanksgiving, everybody. My job often takes me to Washington, D.C., and when I walk the halls of Capitol Hill, I look at every door, and every door in Washington, D.C. has an expression of the member who holds an office there. If I go past Ilhan Omar's office, she has lots and lots of sticky notes all around her door. That's from people that says, you know, keep going, we appreciate you, and so on and so forth. Same thing with Congresswoman Cortez, as well as other Congress people. You go by Marjorie Taylor Greene's door. She has a little sign posted out that might be offensive to some, and so on and so forth. Flags, all kinds of things outside their door. Well, one might say, wow, you have all those things outside your door. You know, this is, you know, it's unsightly because it's a beautiful historic building. And well, this is their expression while they're there. That does not belong to the congressperson that is in that office. It belongs to the people, just as our desks belong to the people. And I'm just asking for our ability to express ourselves in our desk space be restored. Because just like them, this is not our permanent desk. This is our desk while we're here, but it belongs to the people. And I think it doesn't matter what anybody has on their desk. I appreciate whatever expression that they have to offer to anyone about who they are and what they stand for. So you know, it's not the most pressing issue, but it means a lot, because while we're here and while people come and visit, at least they know, you know, oh, look, there's Ballage. He stands for -10 taxes. and there's member Dean Schlottman, and she has her, you know, Christian flag out, whatever it is. And there's member Trenier. She has her LGBTQ flag out. And it's called respect. And I just think that it's childish and petty for us not to have be able to leave our things on our desk. And I'm a person who had a broken item. It's okay, it got replaced. We're not leaving gold out, so it's all right. So that's my statement about the things that are on our desk. For those who don't know, the county board has been asked to remove our personal items that express ourselves from our desk. And I think it's, yeah, so that was my statement. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yo. Anyone else? Check away. All right. I don't see anyone else, so we're moving on to leadership. Do you want to start, Member Leader Williams? I don't remember who goes first. Good.
Well, I would just like to say, and as I have been bringing up for a long time now, our strategic plan is moving forward. We had a little glitch there, but hopefully after Thanksgiving, actually, Dr. Hearn is going to be contacting everybody to fill out the survey, and we can get started. Hopefully, we will have full participation, considering that everybody voted for it unanimously. I do think that it can help us, because heaven knows we need some help. So we hopefully the strategic plan will make us a lot more cohesive than we have been, but just letting you know it is moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Richmond? Anything?
Just wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and let's go home.
We have executive session. Member Speaker Van Dyne.
Of course, I also want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. It's a beautiful time to hopefully get family members together and reconnect at some point. And I look forward to seeing everybody next week. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just make a quick announcement before we go into executive session. I appreciate everyone's temperament today. I know a little bit it got excited, but for the most part, we stayed cool, collected, and avoided getting angry at each other, at least outwardly. I would promise I will review what has been done today, and you will hear from me whether or not moving forward this will be appropriate or not. Again, I think it's a lot that went on today, so I will make sure that we are moving forward in a responsible way, and to ensure that at least the services that we have to do will be maintained. So with that, I need a motion to go into executive session. Motion by Revis, second by Mitchell. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond,
For purposes, we're going into executive session for the purposes of litigation.
Williams, Dean Schlattman, Ogala, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond,
To get out of, yeah.
Williams, Dean Schlattman, Ogala, Pretzel, Butler, Newquist, Balich, Oxley, Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
We are now out of executive session. Speaker Van Dyne.
County Executive, I'd like to make a motion to agree with both recommendations from the State's Attorney's Office.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Revis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, I need a motion to recess. Motion by Trinier, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.